Good afternoon, viewers on Twitch. Hello. It is afternoon where I am. It might be afternoon where you are. Maybe it's earlier. Maybe it's later. I am Nate Silas, a singer-songwriter. I am originally from Canada, thus why I sound like this. But I live in the United Kingdom, thus why I am here on this transatlantic European Union British summertime together wherever new tune showcase. So, how is everyone doing? Let's get some excitement happening in chat. Let me know that you're there. Let me know that you can hear me, because I've got to say, I'm always a little bit skeptical when the internet works as well as it does. So, hello. Woot, we've got Bob putting some emotes up there. Thanks, Bob. Host hype. Together wherever is getting the hype. Pinball Sorcerer. Happy time zone to all. Great. I would like to just get this started. I would like to bring on the wonderful, the fabulous, the totally talented Nadel Dazim. I mean, Irene Pena, to tell us all a little bit about the origins of the New Tune Showcase.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello
hey,
from
how
Seattle.
are you? All all the way from Seattle, which is a time zone where I grew up because originally I am from Vancouver Island, just looking across the sea at the great state of Washington.
When are you coming back?
Wow, that's the real question. I think actually this might be the first year, first calendar year since moving to the UK, where actually I'm not able to get a visit in, unfortunately. So that's probably the
Nate
opposite of the
Silas
answer.
tour is not on for 2024.
Well, we'll see. I mean, I've always wanted to play at the Tacoma Dome.
I'll make I'll start the arrangements.
See if you can. Because yeah, like we get Washington State TV and we hear all about the monster truck rally Sunday at the Tacoma
I'll
Dome.
put you on with the monster truck rally.
That would be great. Unplugged, just like completely inaudible. Anyways, enough about me. Irene, tell us
Hi.
about the glory that is New Tune Showcase. What are its origins?
The origin story is that we were in a pandemic. Well, let's start before the bad times.
I suppose you're
So-
wondering how we got here.
Yeah, so the idea gal in here, just in Seattle, had an idea for a show, and a venue let me have the show there. And I had invited bands and singer-songwriters and duos and trios and all the yos to come and not write to a song prompt, just bring their latest song that they'd written, but it had to be new. They had to practice it and never have played it before an audience. That was the New Tune Showcase.
Sure.
All originals. So they had to come prepared with a set, but one new song. And
So like a debut for the song, a premiere for the song.
yes, so it was like a release party, but
Cool.
scary. And so people would agree to this, and I thought, wow, I'm making people do things that they don't want to do. And so I had a venue, and we had 4 or 5 performers come in. People who have joined us on Twitch, actually, Emily Anderson, Wonder Truly, Christina Valencia, they've all been on this New Tune Showcase here, and they started back in 2018. So it's really nice to see that it went from an IRL show to now here in the virtual transatlantic. So I started there. Some people did the one song. Some people wrote entire EPs to perform of all new music for the
Wow.
first time. Yeah. So one anecdote of this showcase is that I started the show in October of 2018, and shortly after, another venue started a show of the same name, so I had to change the name from the New Tune Showcase to Seattle's original, like a coffee, or like a drink.
Yeah,
Seattle's
yeah.
original.
Like, original Rays.
Yeah, it's like it
Original
just-
Irenes.
I don't know what the deal was. They thought it was such a great idea, just a couple miles down the road. So so I don't know how the show went for them because I never showed up. But so it was Seattle's original New Tune Showcase, and I have all of the posters that we made for the show.
Oh,
So it was real. It was like tangible. You could touch it and you could autograph the posters because I would make people do that.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and we've always paid our artists, and I'm proud that here in this space we're able to continue to do so. Thank you, chat, for making that happen. And it's very important that we continue that because it's a lot of hard work to write a song, to write originals, and the tenets of Together Wherever Music are to encourage our community to continue to create content, to connect with people all around the world, audience included, and to collaborate eventually. So
Yeah.
these are the things.
Wonderful. And yeah, in defense of the other venue, I guess they say imitation is the most sincere form of flattery. So, they were
I
just
was not flattered at first, but then I was.
good. Yeah, it's perspective, right? It's all in how you frame it. Well, that's great. And I can absolutely underline everything you said there, because this is the third New Tune showcase in which I've taken part. I think I've been streaming for less than a year when you sort of.
I'm such a big fan of yours. I love
Thank you,
your
Irene.
socials. I love your songs. I love when you sing Morrissey. I love.
Try and
I
stop
just-
me.
I love it all. I think if I may say so without saying something rude, think that you are a diamond in the like people haven't found you yet, and I
Aw.
want people to find you here. And
That's
so
really sweet. Thank you.
here on Twitch and here on YouTube. Hi, YouTube. We're just starting a channel, so if you want to follow Together Wherever Music on YouTube, we're building a channel, and all of these showcases sit there, which is nice.
They're just already
pre-
curated. You don't have to go in and upload them. The videos are just there
Yeah, so it's
for the YouTube.
preserved forever,
Brilliant.
like a nice
And
jelly.
I mean, do we have any financial goals today that we're trying to make for Together Wherever? Is there anything that we're really
Yes.
aiming for?
The most money possible, but the tangible goals are that we are trying to hit that new Twitch Plus program goal, which is 100 subscribers every month, like 3 months in a row. We're at 60 now, so it's not all gonna happen like swiftly, and that's okay. But for it to happen 3 months in a row, we just got to build awareness of the channel. We're a small but mighty. We've only been around since November, so it's like having 417 followers right now. I'm like, how did we grow that fast? I'm amazed. So thank you, everybody. But we are at 60 subscribers. We'd love to get to 100 by the end of the month. I think it's possible.
Yeah, definitely.
it's
I mean,
possible.
we've got
Yeah. Also, we are at 417 followers. For us to get to 500 would be generous and just a number, but something to celebrate together. And as far as bits and things like that, I mean, I love telling the stories of we've paid out our singer-songwriters $50 for the show. Everybody got $50. That's nice. On a good day on my channel, if I got $50, I'd say, wow, that was a good day. I'd love to pay all of you $50, but I can't make it happen on my own. So thank you, chat, for being here, and hopefully we hit some hype trains. And now Pinball in the background, thank goodness, is pushing all the buttons. He knows that there is a challenge that I have proposed in the past where if you give me 30 minutes notice, if there's a hype train that it is the highest level hype train we've ever gotten, which I think is about 9 or 10, but the highest one, and it gives us an alert to say you beat your last one. So if we hit like a major hype train, I will write a song about fight or flight if you give me a 30-minute.
Wow. That is a challenge, I think. That's amazing.
It is.
So, okay, so just to summarize, we're looking to get to level 9 hype train And then from that point, that will
Let's
set off
try
a
it.
ticking clock of 30 minutes in which
30 minutes.
the
Well,
fantastic.
I would join. I would join the new tune section. I
Right.
wouldn't like jump in 30 minutes. And
I see.
I'm gonna be making cupcakes
Yeah,
for
sure.
everyone. So
Great. For everyone in chat, you're going to personally mail out a cupcake. That is amazing.
yeah, it'll be great.
That's wicked. Cool. Sweet. Well, that sounds
Chat, are you
fantastic. Those
there?
sound-
I think. Oh, there's the cupcake. Yep.
There we go. Perfect. We know it's there. Good to know. Also, I do. I like Bethan's suggestion that I do the whole thing in an old Hollywood transatlantic accent. I don't know how
Hey, you
long I can keep
see?
that up. Yeah. On both sides of the Atlantic, on the west side, on the east side, on the United Kingdom, on that of the United States of America. We'll see how long I can keep it going. It's funny. I used to think I was really good at doing accents, and I'm good at doing silly voices, but actually imitating like a specific
I
dialect.
mean, you have one, so you are very good at it.
Exactly. I'm good. I'm very good at Canadian accents.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, I think that's amazing. I think that is a lot for chat to know. But yeah, the big thing is, follow. Yeah, follow Together Wherever. Just hit that purple button, right? It's the easiest thing you've ever done. Chuck bits at us. They're lovely. It's gamified. They do a cool little dance in chat. You've got the bits. Show us the bits. By that, I mean the Twitch currency, nothing inappropriate. Sweet. I
Yeah,
think
don't
if-
throw inappropriate things at us. Thank you, Nate, for hosting, for saying yes. I'm always
Yeah.
surprised when people say yes, and I love it. I'm so thankful. Thank you.
Oh, it genuinely my pleasure. I do tend to live my life kind of like the tenets of improv. Yes, and
So,
generally,
in addition to your new song, will you be dancing?
I just might.
I enjoy
just might.
improv, so
It's true. Yes, and I've got to always be raising the stakes. And I need to be dancing with one sock on, which is much harder, obviously, because barefoot.
Yeah, the
sock, you
balance
sort of
issue.
throws you right off.
that's level 10 hype train.
That is level 10 height. Yeah, I
Hi,
won't.
Susie.
Exactly. Cool. So yeah, we want to get ideally 100 paid subscribers for Together Wherever. That's our ultimate goal.
By the end of the month. By the
End
end
of the month. Yeah. So today's only the 8th. 3 weeks from
Yeah.
today, it'll still be
Yeah.
June. So plenty
Just tell
of time.
people about the new songs and the all originals. I love that there's one more plug I need to make.
Yeah.
Is that we've got two very important fundraisers, charitable fundraisers coming up. If you want to be part of either one or both, we would love you to. Some are already signed up. We've got End Alzheimer's this month, starting June 2020. There is still room for folks to sign up and engage with that. And my mom, I've told the story sometimes, is in a memory care facility now. I tried to take care of her here, and I didn't. I failed, and that's okay. I'm okay with it. She's getting proper care now. So, and Alzheimer's happens June 20, summer solstice, longest day of the year. And then we have No Kid Hungry in August, and I'm just starting to build the roster for that. So please let me know if you're interested in that, or all of the above. If you're a singer-songwriter just getting to know us, please join my Discord and let me know you'd be interested in performing here in this new tune showcase space.
Wicked. That's great. Yeah, and I am also going to be taking part in the End Alzheimer's. I think. So when you asked me to do the host as well, I said, "Oh, was that instead of? Is that addition? Those are the same thing, right?" But so yeah, it's going to be a very exciting June. Some really good music. So yeah, I'm looking forward to taking part in that in a mere fortnight's time, 2 weeks.
That fortnight.
And yeah, that's it. A fortnight or 2 weeks, whichever comes first.
Well, you're in the
yeah, and-
future, so
Yeah, that's true. I've already got an 8-hour head start.
I mean,
Yeah,
I have to
singer-songwriters.
follow you over like
The latest in geographical location technology. So if I once I worked at a summer camp and they gave us little like prizes halfway through the year to just keep everyone motivated. And because I was the geography guy, I was always interested in other stuff. They gave me this little foam globe, but it was the most hilariously like inaccurate globe. It was probably like $1, and it was fine. I didn't expect it, but it was
I
like
mean, this isn't. I could say you're like here, and I'd be right.
exactly. I mean, yeah, on Earth. But yeah, singer-songwriters. Final thing I'll say, and then we will get the crew on. Yeah, moving on. Yeah, join the new tune showcase. It is loads of fun. 2/3 of my singles currently on Spotify were written to a song prompt, so it is
Oh,
genuine. Yeah.
Nate, the algorithm does not show that information to me. Please
Oh,
do remind me of that, and together
definitely.
wherever music will post it on our socials.
Wicked. Yeah, I will.
We
I'll pop 'em on.
make that commitment to any new releases by our community. We reshare that information. We need to get listeners over to your
Oh, I'll take
spaces.
him, and then we can
Yeah.
get this diamond in the rough. All right. So I think we need less talk, more rock, less joke, more folks. Let's. Always like to go in alphabetical order. I find it's the it is perhaps arbitrary, but it is fair. So if there's no further ado, I think let me just go through my alphabet here. I believe Barry Copeland is the first person we are going to introduce now. And here we go. We've got
Hello.
Barry. Hello.
Hi.
How are you doing today, Barry?
I'm doing good. Thank you. Thank
Glad to hear. And we have actually genuinely not had a chance to get to know each other at all because sound check, there was a whole bunch going on.
you. Oh,
So yeah, what I know about Barry, I've done a little bit of research because I believe in being as prepared as possible. You, if I'm not mistaken, are in the sunny Caledonian metropolis of Glasgow.
yes.
Very good. You are a Christian singer-songwriter.
That is correct.
Is that a handle you would identify with?
Yeah.
Very good. Can I call you Baz, or do you prefer Barry?
I prefer Barry, but Baz, you can if you want.
If it comes to it.
I've been called
That's
worse.
fair enough. Just as a Canadian, I really find it very charming. The sort of pan British abbreviation of a name with an R goes to a Z.
Yep.
So I might just do that more for myself than anything. Grand. And is there anything you would like to say without me yammering on?
Not really.
Okay,
Apart from just thank you for letting me take part in this.
cool.
It's an honor to be here.
Good to have you here. Cool. And you have got, I saw you've got some tunes on Spotify. Is that the main place people can hear you?
Yeah, Spotify, all the usual places. I've got a Bandcamp as well, which I probably would prefer people to go to because
Sure.
Bandcamp pays you.
Yeah. Yeah, that is a
Spotify's-
very, and that is going to be a bit of a theme over the course of today. Show us the funds. We are not shy. What we do is basically paid for by viewers like you. So, yeah, if you cheer bits, they will be shared amongst us all. It is fantastic, and it is highly encouraged, highly appreciated. So, yeah, definitely check out Barry on Bandcamp. Cool. All right, I think that is probably enough. I did have a listen to some of your stuff. Your stuff. Genuinely enjoyed it. I really liked your sort of determined strumming pattern, and yeah, some of the other instrumentation you had going on there. So I'm looking forward to hearing your new tune. Great. So let's move on to performer number 2. Well, alphabetically, also starts with a B, but a different vowel. It is Bethan, aka Corny Ears, coming at us live. Thank you very much, Pinball. Hello, Bethan.
Hello. I think we got away with that because I'm probably alphabetically as corny next as well.
Ah, that's a good point.
Because otherwise that could have been chaotic.
It could
My name-
have caused
And
dreadful
hi
confusion.
everybody in chat. What's up?
Hello. Now, this is quite exciting because you are actually, of all the performers, you are the only person that I have met in the physical realm.
Nate can vouch for my existence.
Yeah, she's not a bot.
Yeah.
She's not a very sophisticated avatar.
So
Great.
that's always good. You can enjoy this bit of the stream without worrying if you're like inside.
Well, exactly.
Matrix.
Yeah, that's it. Cool. So I can do a tiny little spiel about our next performer.
I regret the transatlantic thing so much.
Oh no, you've opened up a can of worms there. It's not going back in the box. Once you've opened that jack-o'-lantern, it's Jack in the box. No, it's done.
Open the jack-o'-lantern. Okay.
You open the
all right.
jack-o'-lantern, and you found the pumpkin pulp inside. Your music, I think, is the tunes that I know the best of those performing today. Thus far.
Yeah.
And I genuinely will get some of your songs stuck in my head. Most notably, the Hippos Took France. So if you, we wondered why the Hippos didn't take France before. I wondered why no one wrote that song before.
It's the
genuinely
great
quite
mysteries of our time.
yeah. And when I kind of first heard the song, there was like a 2-week period where I kept seeing hippo-related things. Where
I have the hippo. Wait,
Oh, do you actually? That's amazing.
this hippo is from Nate. I have shown this on my stream before. It's probably like not in. I always try and hold things up close to the camera and then they're not in focus
Yeah.
because I'm a professional streamer.
Story of my life. Wicked. So yeah, Bethan and I are both in. I don't know. We won't dox ourselves, but we are in. I don't know. We are
Nate's
in.
like, here's my postcode.
Exactly. We're in southwestern England. One of us has maybe more of a pedigree towards that part of the world than the other. We'll let you decide which one it is. But yeah, we've met in person, and yeah, I'm very excited to hear Bethan's new song today.
Yeah, this should be fun.
Sweet. Cool. So let us move down the alphabet to, we have J for Jazzy.
Hi.
Hello. Good afternoon. We have Jazzy with us. If I am not mistaken, you are from Belgium.
Correct. Yes, I'm from Belgium.
Fantastic. And we also have not really had much time to get to know each other.
No, I've seen you around, of course, because Twitch music is big, but also, like, Twitch music is all connected in some way. So, but I've been in your stream and I've seen you around places as well. But I don't know you that well as well either. So it's yeah. This is my first time, so I'm a little bit nervous. But hi, everyone.
Absolutely, yeah. I don't know if it shows. I also am perhaps a little bit nervous. I have a couple of tells, so see if you can guess what they are that show my own nervousness. But yeah, Jazzy, it is wonderful that you are here. Really excited. I'm always interested to get people from different countries, as I am from one country but live in another. So I think it's really cool that we can just have this sort of layered nationality thing. Because when Irene asked me to host, I was like, I don't know that many streamers in my time zone. I did reach out to a couple of other people who said, oh, that sounds cool, but isn't going to work. And then, Irene said, oh, well, Jazzy in Belgium. Of course, yeah, Belgium. That's only an hour ahead, so that'll absolutely work perfectly. So I was thinking like just British summertime. But yeah. So yeah, thank you so much that you are here.
Thank you so much for letting me be part of it. I've been super excited for for being able to take part, because being in this time zone, it's always like very easily 10 p.m. and neighbors. So it's very, very exciting to have one that is a little bit earlier as well, and to get to know more people from this time zone as well, because honestly, I don't know anyone. Like, I know words. I don't know how to words, like,
They're tough.
But,
Words are tough.
I do know streamers from other places that are also in Europe, but not like about that many. And most streamers I know are from Canada or from the US. So it's really nice to get to know more singer-songwriters that are around here as well. Because
Yeah, most definitely. And I think that is, I want to make sure I give thanks to the right people. Yeah, genuinely thanks to Irene for sort of making this happen, just connecting people. She is a remarkable community builder. And I think that is really an invaluable skill set in the world of creativity.
100%.
And Pinball Sorcerer, the éminence grise behind the throne, making it all happen. Truly the kingmaker of all this. The genie, we rub the lamp, he appears, limitless wishes. I made that joke. Well, I say joke. It's not really. It's pretty accurate. But I made that analogy before we went live, and I'm saying it again. So doubling down on the genie. Right. Cool. Anything else you want to say before we move on to our next participant?
Just that the new Tune Showcase is really incredible. I've been following it for a little while, and it's just really amazing. So if you can support like the Together Wherever and go follow it everywhere on all the places, and that would I'm breaking stuff. That would be incredible. So be sure to go do that. And yeah, I'm super excited.
Yeah, excitement is the word of the day, truly. Yeah, so definitely, follow Together Wherever. That is easiest thing you can do. Just hit the follow. If you are able to afford it, please do subscribe, because we're trying to get that that plus happening. 100 subscribers by the end of the month. And please do follow each of us individually. It's a little more legwork, but you can do it. You're capable. Awesome. Thank you, Jazzy. We are going to move on to, I believe, next alphabetically would be going further north in the continent of Europa, from the rugged and beautiful land of Sweden, home to ABBA, home to IKEA, home also to the inimitable Sixios.
Thank you. That is quite the introduction.
I really ramped it up.
Yeah, they say the third time's the charm, right? This is our third New Tune Showcase European edition. And this time we have a competent host, because I've hosted the other two. So that's good, isn't it?
Don't be so hard on yourself, no.
Hey, self-deprecation is what I got.
Yeah, fair enough. That's my brand too.
Yeah, just happens.
I think I learned most of my stage presence from Blink-182, which was largely just absolutely making fun of yourself. So
that's fair. That's fair. I don't think I've ever seen anything like even video of them live, to be honest.
Yeah,
it's not really my scene, I guess.
Yeah, it's interesting. We'll table that for now. But I'm quite. You might, maybe you don't realize who they are. Maybe you thought like, oh, I thought that was Green Day. I didn't realize. Yeah, I love Blink, but we'll see. And actually, that is a transatlantic difference, because growing up, you know what? We'll leave them for now. We'll circle back around to Blink at a later time.
Sure.
Cool. Sixios, you are actually kind of the most mysterious as far as web presence goes, because I was trying to do my due diligence as host. And so I could find, a Spotify for Jazzy, for Bethan, for Barry, but I didn't find anything for you. So if people are looking, well, and obviously they will, for the music of Sixios, where should they go?
Well, they can find me most likely on the SoundClouds. I don't polish my music to the point where I think it's kind of worthy of being put somewhere where it might be behind a paywall or anything. So what I do put out, I usually end up putting on SoundCloud or on YouTube, where you will not find me under my name here. It's a way older YouTube account called Mosh Pit Maestro from my hard rock days. Cool. Yes, I don't like mentioning what it's called, but that's what it's called because I didn't change it over.
That's amazing. I'm going to make a note of that to look immediately after we are done here.
Very well. I had a policy for a while of originals go onto SoundCloud, covers go onto YouTube. Not really stuck to that, as far as there are originals on YouTube as well, but there's also things like a rather trashy rock version of Hit Me Baby One More Time and things like that. There's also the longest thing I've ever put out, 1 hour and 6 minutes of me playing original music, primarily instrumental music from when I was back at College of Music. Cool. Which is also on there. And that's been professionally produced, not by me. So that actually sounds good. Again, self-deprecation is what I got.
Oh, I feel you on that one. And I think it is important, for us like as creatives to be aware of what we're good at and where we're still a bit limited. And I certainly know how you feel about production.
Yeah, I'm a jack of all trades. I also I gotta push this in now before we go too far away from that. I like the fact that you describe me as the most enigmatic and mysterious of the guests today. This is my 11th New Tune Showcase, I think. I'm practically a staple here by now.
Yeah, double digits. That's me. And Have you? So you've been taking part in what I would think of as the U.S. New Tune Showcase.
Primarily, I did half of the ones last year, so 6 out of 12 last year.
Right.
Missing July. I did from May till December. I did May to November. I did all of the US ones, and then December we did what we're doing today, a double feature with me as host.
Sure.
And then I missed January this year, and I think I've partly done all of them since. I've not actually been a full guest, but I've been brought on to talk about the European Showcase, and 3 or 4 times now I've been asked to write a song during like the latter half of the show as a bit of a challenge after I've been on talking about the European Showcase, which means that I'm sitting here after midnight in my apartment composing and trying to make something happen.
Cool. Well, that is wicked. And I think if anyone can do it, you can, because you have a pretty ambitious setup. That was something I had in my notes to comment on. Because I tend to raid your stream. Probably I'd say it's one of the 3 I raid, generally on a Sunday morning. Because usually I will finish, I generally stop pretty firmly at 10 a.m. on Sunday, and then you usually start pretty consistently at 10 a.m., so it's sort of made to measure. And yeah, I'm always quite impressed. Like, not only do you have a lot of stuff, like cool musical toys, you've also got different cameras that show them off, and you can see what you're doing with your foot, where your guitar's hanging, and I think that's pretty cool.
I have a dear friend who compares watching me stream is like watching stream guitar playing is like watching someone play the organ, because it's as much feet as it is hands. Which I think is a bit of an overstatement, but not that far from, I guess. I do have everything in front of me. Well, not all of the instruments. I decided to go easy with just the one guitar, but I do have all my 13 pedals and my looper in front of me today as well, because I'm going to be cheating and doing a lot of stuff that's been pre-recorded because the arrangements are a bit thick. But yeah. And 6 cameras, all in all, though I never use all of them at once.
Much camera. Wicked. Cool. All right, I think we can probably assemble en masse. I don't think there's anything I forgot. Okay, here we go. It's happening. Woot. All right. The European New Tune Showcase Transatlantic Quintet is here now. Let us begin the ritual. We shall read from the Necronomicon. I don't know. I'm just ad-libbing. I've deviated so far off the script, which wasn't much of a script anyways. So I think, housekeeping. If no one objects, we may as well just sort of go alphabetically around. So Barry, Beth and Corny Ears, Jazzy, and then I guess it would be me song-wise, and then Sixios to sort of finish each round. Does anyone... I'm open to suggestions.
Sounds good.
That works.
Cool.
Nobody suggests anything yet. Take it from someone who's hosted. We will start suggesting things about 2 songs in. That's when we're comfortable with each other.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, realistically, we do have... There's ice to break. You know, it happens. We all live in, the northern hemisphere.
Yellow Submarine.
Ain't that the truth? Wicked. So and I I can talk for Britain. Well, I can't because I'm not a citizen. But it's a figure of speech, meaning I can speak at length and with confidence and gusto. So I'm happy to move along the proceedings. I just want to reassure all the wonderful songwriters and singers today that they are in good hands. I won't let anything bad happen to you. So push the nerves aside and just enter into the magic of creation. How's that for regular everyday?
It's a little bit culty, Nate.
I mean, we're all
which means it's not culty enough.
I wasn't nervous, but now I'm like,
Pinball Sorcerer. I mean, the guy's got Sorcerer in his name. That should have been... he didn't try to hide it. Very good. So, I think we will go with Barry. If there's a song that you've got ready to go, an earlier song you've written, I will leave it totally up to you. You can intro it, then perform, or just perform, do an intro, and I will kind of ask questions. And Beth and Six and Jazzy, if you want to jump in with your own 2 pennies, we'll do it. We might sort of be selectively muting just so we don't talk over each other. But turn it over to you, Barry.
All right, thank you. I'll intro then play. So this song is called "The New Me." It's the song that when was it? A couple of years ago, I think I took part in the American New Tune Showcase, and this is a song that I wrote for that one. So hopefully you enjoy it. Totally out of tune in that string. Hang on. Take two. It hasn't been so. Start again. Good start, isn't it? Right. It's been too long, my friends. Sorry for the disconnect. It's time to live again. Cause people change, you just can't pretend. I'm waking up to the new me. I'm talking up who I could be. I'm waking up to the new me. Let's start all over again. And it hasn't gone too well. Have I been me or someone else? We in our boxes dwell. Never seem to be ourselves. I'm waking up to the new me. I'm talking up who I could be. I'm waking up to the new me. Let's start all over again. Let's start all over again. Let's start all over again. Now I will make no excuse. This is the life that I choose. To know, to see, to believe, to live, to love, to be free. I will be bold, I'll be brave. I will be strong but contained, never afraid to offend. I'll speak my truth to the end. Courageous, humble and kind, the truest friend you could find. A father, husband, a son. I will be forever young. A light in this broken world. A voice that has to be heard. The song that has to be heard. I'm waking up to the new me. I'm talking up who I could be. I'm waking up to the new me. Let's start all over again. I'm waking up to the new me. I'm talking up who I could be. I'm waking up to the new me. Let's start all over again. Let's start all over again. Let's start all over again.
Wonderful. Thank you, Barry. And genuine extra kudos for being the first one to perform a song today. That is, it's just that first step that takes a little extra nerve. So, yeah, great stuff, man. Cool. Well, I've got a technical question. It sounded like there was sort of like a harmony backing vocal. Did I just imagine that, or do you have a setup?
There
for that?
was, yeah. It wasn't in your head. It was.
Good.
It's real.
It was great.
It was good to know Nate isn't hearing voices.
Yeah.
Well, let's not rule it out entirely, but yeah, that was lovely. Yeah, I really enjoyed just the energy and the positive vibes of it. Yeah, and I think for this portion we can sort of have it open. I muted myself whilst you were performing just so there wasn't any chance of like you wouldn't hear me slurping tea or whatever. But yeah, I reckon it's probably fine if we're all unmuted now. If anyone wants to jump in on things they heard and really liked about Barry. Can you remind me the title of that one, Barry?
The New Me. It's called.
The New Me, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like how it starts
the
off with my first note, because I tend to take notes during these things. I know it scares a lot of people, but yeah. It started off, my first thought was this very sort of an airy vocal in the verse, and in the start of it sounds very sort of uplifted, as well as uplifting, but also just sort of smooth and relaxed, and then rolling into the chorus, you sort of build in a power to it without somehow not really changing the timbre that much, but it just feels like you're pushing it more. You're pushing through the same timbre in a way that I don't think I even could do, which is really cool. How you can sort of blend your voice in with those two somehow very different and very similar at the same time expressions, which I really like. I also was it just me hearing things this time, or did you have like one or two top strings that never changed throughout the entire song? Because it felt like, I don't know what the English word is. The Swedish word is obligat, which is when you have like
Oh, just these two.
yeah, the same two notes to the entire thing. Because that was also sort of helped giving it this sort of flying feeling, the entire song.
Yeah.
That I really liked.
Cool. I appreciate that. Thank you. I can't really say anything about my process there. It wasn't even deliberate really. Half the stuff that you said there, it just kind of happened. But yeah.
Wicked. And would you say that that was a song for yourself, like reminding yourself that you're capable of change?
Yes. Aye. The song prompt for that one was Catching Up. And it was round about New Year. And I thought, well, what about if I have a catch up with myself? You know, what would I say to myself? What would the outcome be of that? So it was kind of a, who am I now? Who would I like to become?
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
I kind of wanna add on to what Nate was saying. When you're writing a song about like change and how you see yourself in the past and the future, I love how uplifting and how like a good feeling song it is, because those kind of themes often get like very dark very easily. So I really like that it's like not that type of song, which also are needed of course, but even though it's about like changing, it focuses on the growth and on the future, and I like how you included that in your songwriting a lot, and how that is like a happy is maybe not the right word, but like a feel good song.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, because there were definitely a lot of minor chords, but there was a line about, I think it was a voice the world needs to hear.
Yeah.
And I think that was really good. How it wasn't boastful. It was a very humble song as well. It was sort of recognizing yourself as, you know, a flawed mortal human being, but also that I've got something to say.
Yeah, I've got something to give, and the world needs to hear it.
Definitely. And I think talking about writing it at New Year's, that really tracks for me, because that's most obviously the time when we think about, what am I going to do differently? What am I proud of in the last 365 days? What am I looking forward to in the next? Nice one. Cool. Well, I think, because we did plenty of time on our introductions. Why don't we just get a nice injection of song, if no one has any counters to it, and then we move on to Bethan with a lovely tune.
Yeah, sure. Brittle Stars just asked what vocal harmony pedal you use,
Oh.
Barry.
Sorry, what was that?
Brittle Stars asked what vocal harmony pedal you use.
Oh, it's the
In
TC
chat.
Helicon Play Acoustic. It's a kind of multi, kind of it processes the guitar and then processes vocal and loops and stuff. And, yeah, it's good.
Cool.
Wicked.
All right. I'm gonna sing a song called Wolf Walking. I guess I have like a slight theme today. It's like, I don't know, maybe I won't delve into it until the new song. I wrote the new song and I was like, okay, this has a certain vibe. So I'm gonna pick other songs of mine that have a similar kind of thing. That's just very incredibly vague. So I do apologize. I'm gonna play the song, which features a cool, trendy change of headphones because my setup is incredibly high tech. Oh, no, they're just in the front. That's really nice for everybody. I am walking in the woods. There's a wolf in front of me. He looks good. I would eat him if I could, but I think he might eat me. Beneath the trees, the light is dim. The night is wide, the day is thin. Dark closing in. The wolf turns back and looks at me. I see the moon in his teeth. I have my shotgun and my bow, but I find I do not know what I came to hunt. But then I see the wolf in me, where one will go, the other follows. We build dens in the snow. We build dens everywhere we go. For to sleep alone here is to perish, or at least we tell each other this when we cannot lie, my wolf and I. There is a village yet nearby, I know it when I'm civilized, but my wolf is all of jaws and fight. I decline its life for first tonight. Many children, many times, fingers hurt by flames burnt bright. You must not let the wolf within, you must not let him neath your skin. But I must walk with him, or else I am not walking with myself. I must hear his howl and howl in turn. Let the candles blister, children, let them burn. We build dens in the snow. We build dens everywhere we go. For to sleep alone here is to perish, or at least we tell each other this, and we cannot lie, my wolf and I. We build dens in the snow. We build dens everywhere we go. For to sleep alone here is to perish, or at least we tell each other this, and we cannot lie, my wolf and I. We build dens in the snow. We build dens everywhere we go. For to sleep alone here is to perish, or at least we tell each other this, and we cannot lie, my wolf and I. Ooh.
That's my response to that song.
Problem with that one is if you start a wooing too early in the song, you've like committed, and then you got like 3-4 minutes of wolf impressions.
Yeah, you don't
Does it
want to,
ever end up when you play that on regular stream? Do you ever end up sort of hopelessly stuck in wolf puns from the chat afterwards, or like woo puns
No,
and
they
stuff?
should
Because
work
I feel like
harder.
that's the kind of thing that would happen in a Twitch chat. Like you go a woo once, and everything anyone would say would have some kind of a woo in it for like 15 minutes.
I would say there's a good amount of wolf emotes around on Twitch,
Yeah,
so it's a nice opportunity for that.
as well.
Although
there
people
should
do
be.
think you're doing Werewolves of London. Sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say there is a tradition of British singer-songwriters singing about werewolves. There's Werewolves of London. There's your song just now. There's loads. There's so many.
That's 2 whole songs.
Absolutely. exactly.
Englishman in New York. No, wait, that's a film that's about an English werewolf, isn't it?
Yeah. So for that. But yeah, I'd say that was definitely worthy of Warren Zevon. It was fun. And I also I don't know, this might be a strange compliment, but like just watching you on the keys, your fingers were like designed for the piano. It is an astounding. You were very gifted in that respect. So big.
Oh,
big
thank you.
props
It's
to
called lots of piano lessons.
Yeah. Because you, if I'm not mistaken, if I remember from past conversations, you had a lot of training on piano and cello, right? Those were like your formal.
Yeah, I learned them
instruments.
classically.
Yeah. And did you start that when you were just teeny tiny?
Pretty teeny tiny, yeah.
That's cool. And did you find, because I never had that much formal instruction on any one instrument. I was sort of more in band classes, so I kind of learned like the big picture stuff. Have you found as a singer-songwriter that you've needed to sort of challenge some of the things you learned in your classical instruction on the piano or on the cello? Or does it all feed into it pretty well?
That's interesting. I don't think so. I mean, I don't practice my classical like ever, so it's definitely slipped. No, I think I've always found it worked, and I always say, like, I'm sure that you all have experienced this as well. You often have people kind of in chat discussing like wanting to learn an instrument and kind of where do you start or anything. And I was like once you know one, it's a lot easier. So my other instruments like build on the fact that I learned piano and cello as a child. Yeah.
It's kind of like languages. The more ones you learn,
Yeah,
the easier they want to pick
exactly.
up. Yeah, I found that too, absolutely. But do you find your classical training helps you break out of simple or like sort of break out of habits when you compose? Like finding yourself using the same chord progression every time, or finding like when you get stuck in the kind of, oh, this just feels like everything else I've done. Because I imagine everyone has that sometimes. Do you find your classical training kind of, oh, wait, if I pick in these elements from other music that I've been trained in, I can find my way out of the rut?
So I don't think I think we had this conversation last time as well, like
Probably.
because I think we write songs quite differently.
Yep.
So I don't think I ever write the music that intentionally. Like I won't be thinking like, where can I go with this, or like what can I pull in to make this feeling. It's kind of more just doing it or playing around with like 2 options. But potentially like it's drawing on that, especially with the piano. I mainly write on the guitar, and I'm like just very basic guitar player, so that's not so much. But
I was thinking of
I
the
guess you're
guitar
not
playing
scared
listening
of the
too.
word diminished or something, you know.
Yeah. Well, I was like Nate was talking about how your fingers seem to be made for the pianos, because you do play pretty efficiently, I would say. Fairly like very small movements and very like, since I teach the piano at a very basic level to teenagers, sort of
Yeah.
teaching them where to put their hands to not have to do this every time they put down a key.
Yeah.
Like, you know, it's things I notice, but also the piano arrangement for that one and the sort of the moving between the verses of having very split and a big hole in the mid-range and then coming together to fill that mid-range in the choruses. I really like the variation, which is like less is more, but also just more somehow. Because spreading it out gives you more, but also focusing
Yeah.
on the mid-range gives you more. So it's like both times it just feels like you're escalating a level despite moving front like to and fro
Yeah.
between 2 options. The change always feels like a
I think the
shifting up.
piano is a really nice instrument to perform on, just because you get that range.
Mm.
You have those options, so that's nice. Yeah.
Yeah, compared to ukulele or mandolin or something where you've got like an octave and a half.
Yeah. I mean, no diss in the ukulele.
No, absolutely not.
But if you can write a
You
dramatic
can't say
ukulele
anything.
song, like, then kudos.
Most definitely. And I really love the esoteric subject matter. I think when I've by the way, I was meant to do a plug. I was like, there was something I was going to say. Yeah, so you can find that under Bethan Lamaz, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, like, annoyingly, it was entirely my own fault. I have a different Twitch username and a different, like, music release name. But it's all in my links.
Yeah, follow the links. And
Thank
yeah,
you for
I did some sleuthing whilst you're performing. That is on the single 3 that you can find.
Yeah, it's a little 3-song EP or triple single, whatever. Yeah.
Nice Roman numerals on it. Very classy.
It's a nightmare. Don't call a release a number. It's just confused every time you say it. It sounds very confusing. Yeah, it's a little bit. It's fun. Those are all kinds of love songs of a sort, I guess. And then this one's like playing on some kind of like Angela Carter wolf stuff. If anyone has read that. But yeah, the wolf, right, in folklore and in kind of fairy tales, and often as like a sexual predator, or a kind of the split within a person between like the wild and the not wild or whatever. So just messing around with that.
Yeah, so highly enjoyable, definitely. Cool. Barry or Jazzy, was there anything that jumped out to you whilst Bethan was playing?
I thought it sounded a lot like.
And no can be a full sentence.
I thought it sounded a lot like Regina Spektor. Do you listen to her stuff a lot, or at all?
A little bit, yeah.
That
I guess
same
like with the
thing.
quick moving
piano.
pianos, that kind of vibe. Yeah.
It's really cool. I like the vibe.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you very much for sharing Wolf Walking with us, Bethan. And yeah, follow the links, hear that song, and I think a couple of dozen other tunes of similar high artistic and lyrical caliber. And then we're going to get another tune going from Jazzy. And you're welcome, Jazzy. You can just launch into the song, talk about it after, or introduce it, whatever is more comfortable for you. But I'm going to mute myself.
All right. So the first song I am going to play today is one that we wrote for a little challenge on stream. The stream gave a theme, and I just wrote on the spot on it and tried to make a song out of it. So I thought that would be perfect to start with for the New Tune Showcase as well. And the theme was the Polar Vortex Cold, and I had no idea what that meant because we don't get those here. But yeah, let's see if I can get this all right. Okay. So yeah, this is a little song, and it is also about coffee, because it's pretty early for some people here. So if you need coffee, maybe the perfect song to get one. it's cold. Yes, so cold. Don't wanna risk my toes, but I really need to go. Polar vortex cold, why are you so? But it's cold. Yeah, so cold. Really don't wanna go out there in the snow, but I need my coffee, you know. The morning sun should feel warm in my heart, but even at noon, the winter breeze makes it hard. Polar vortex cold, why you gotta be so mean? I wanted to take a stroll, I really need my caffeine, but it's cold. Yeah, so cold. Really don't wanna risk my toes, but I really need to go. But I need my coffee, you know. Yes, I really need to go. 'Cause life without coffee is just so. Or something like that.
Woot woot.
I think everyone's ended a song sometime with saying something like that. Like you sing a beautiful song perfectly, and then you're like, oh, like ish.
Kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of my favorite people here on Twitch has a tendency to end any song with, "Is that okay? Is that all right?" So yeah, I imagine so. It was I just my first thing I wrote down was just Disney vibes. Like such Disney vibes. It also makes me think of winter Sundays because I live fairly close to a store and I have a tendency never to, like, Sundays is the week's shopping. And when it's sort of 14 minus outside and you just don't want to step outside, like, not for coffee because I do make that at home, but I do get the feeling of just, no, please, can I just not go outside today?
It's definitely a mood.
Yeah.
Highly relatable. Yeah, that was I made a note of that lyric about I don't want to risk my toes, but I need to go, because that's it.
Yeah.
Like it really it gives you some sensory feeling. Because I think about when I'm feeling extremely cold, it's like in the toes and the fingers, isn't it? And obviously the extremities are where a person can get serious frostbite and maybe even lose digits in extreme cases. But I mean, if it's for coffee, if it's
It's an extreme coffee run. It's like, how many limbs do I really need?
Yeah, exactly. Like,
I mean, you don't need your
probably
feet to play guitar anyway, so
well, that's it exactly.
unless
Yeah,
you're like me
it's,
with 18 pedals.
Yeah, that would be hard. You could get like a Homer Simpson reaching broom and just like activate the pedal with a stick.
Yeah.
Has
stuck to my
anyone-
chin.
This is maybe a niche connection, but I was envisaging. Has anyone ever read the book S by J.J. Abrams and Doug Dorst? It's a really interesting read. It's very, very high concept, and it's kind of a book within a book. It's almost more like a mystery puzzle, trying to work out what's going on. But there's this one story within a story about a kind of a land of always winter, and that reminded me a lot of that. It's a similar thing. It kind of has like a kind of 1910s communist revolution energy, and people are like, oh, we must go to the depot to get supplies. And I thought about that book that I'd read when you're singing about going out in the frigid cold.
Might have to read it now to get the second verse, because I wrote it and then I just like was okay, now I need the second verse, and I probably should start writing it, but maybe you all know that as well. But then you have like a whole box full of songs that you once started writing, and then you think they are finished the moment that you're playing, and then they are actually not finished, so you just repeat what you're playing. I don't know if that's. But like,
Yeah.
I've wanted to write a second verse for that, but it's just in that bin with like, oh yeah, I was gonna do that someday.
Hmm.
If anyone has any tips for that, by the way, feel free to share, because I struggle with that a lot.
How to finish things?
How to finish things, yeah.
Yeah, never take a break has been my way of doing it. If you start writing a song, finish writing the song, that's sitting. That's how I do it. It's the only way I can ever finish a song,
Hmm.
which is probably why I write songs really fast and kind of sloppily at times.
Yeah, and I know the feeling of, well, it's more of a song than I had before. Like it's a placeholder of a song. It's got a verse, chorus, and such, as Tegan and Sarah would say. But you kind of, like, you know, as a music listener, that you would probably want it to have another verse, or like maybe a bridge, or whatever. Yeah, I can certainly empathize with that. But yeah, it was very pretty. It was haunting, and yeah, I could certainly feel that wintry energy. And the prompt was the polar vortex,
Yes.
the cold.
So it was the first time I tried to do like songwriting on stream, and I was like to the chat, hey, do you have something I could write about that you want me to challenge to write about? And Ulozinen, Rain, I don't know, maybe you know them. They suggested to write about the polar vortex cold. I had no idea what that meant at all, so I had to Google it and find it on Wikipedia and stuff to figure out what it was, and then I just like try to combine it with things that I remember about cold, but it's never the same as that one, of course, because we don't get those here, from what I know. So, yeah.
Without any
Yeah.
spoilers, I'd say that today's prompt was easier. That's tricky.
It is, and genuinely not being funny, but you know, to write something like that in what I imagine is a second language for you, that's really, really very impressive as a composer. So very well done, Jazzy.
Thank you so much.
Would you say your native language is Flemish?
It is Flemish, but to be fair, I feel like I've been online since like 12 years old or something. So I feel English is more natural to me than, for example, singing in Flemish, because that just feels awkward and weird. And I don't know why that is, but this has been a thing in the stream as well. Some people would like to request especially Dutch or Flemish songs because they know they like to hear me sing in my own language, but it feels so weird to every time do that, because it's just, I think, too close to the heart or something. I don't know. Yeah.
But it's also that's also an interesting historical connection, because there are certain styles through musical history that are supposedly only singable in one language, because that language has the sound of that music, like the opera seria of the 16th century, only singing in Italian, because Italian is the only language that can sing that music correctly. It's the only language you can do that in correctly. So that's, I think there is also an inherent thing with languages, that because they're all made of different sounds. Like there are sounds in Swedish that you don't get in English. There are sounds in Flemish or in Dutch that are certainly very few other languages use. Let's be honest. And so, especially if you're used to mostly listening to English music in English and songs in English, and let's face it, the American sort of cultural sort of hegemony basically means that even if for those of us who've not grown up in English-speaking languages, like English-speaking countries, English lyric music is the primary source of music for many of us.
Yeah, I think we've hit a pretty deep vein of creative conversation here, just about the conversations, because I know I don't want to out anyone, but I feel like there's another person in this group who is very keen on studying languages. They may have been studying the Dutch language at one point. My grandparents come from the Netherlands originally, So I have quite a deep. I don't speak it perfectly, but I have a deep affection for the Dutch language. And I think there was someone else who also was learning it out of sheer interest. But
Yeah, I do. I have to sing a lot in Dutch on my stream, but I don't speak it very well. Maybe it's
Yeah.
easier if it's unfamiliar.
perhaps, yeah.
I don't
But,
have an
al-
emotional connection.
and also, stream and friend, a diphthong is not an undergarment, fellow Americans. That I think that deserves to be read aloud.
Yes.
That's cool. Yeah, and yeah. So I think this topic of like, what literal language do we use to write? Like, is it going to be English? Is it going to be Flemish? Is it going to be Swedish? Yeah, I think that's going to come up again because that certainly for me that is a very, very fascinating topic because I do love languages and there's a definite relationship in music enjoyment and songwriting. But yeah, don't want to go too in on that all at once. So it'll return as the rounds go by.
It's your turn now.
It is, and I'm debating because I have a lot of. So my way of organizing things is I like a segue. I like things. Oh, this reminds me of. So I'm actually going to make a split-second decision on which song I'm going to play next because I think I have to just go off the back of what Jazzy did because I too have a song specifically about being cold, and I'm going to introduce it before I start it. So this isn't what I was thinking of doing, but when you've got that perfect a song before you, you gotta strike while the iron is cold, to mix a metaphor. So I really enjoy poetry, and I'm not the world's most knowledgeable poetry scholar, but there's a really cool poem called "The Cremation of Sam McGee," written by a guy called Robert Service, who is considered one of the greatest, literary narrative sort of poets, sort of in Canadiana literature. He was, of course, British, but we claim him because he spent some time in Canada and wrote about the Yukon and the Arctic. And I'll just give you the first couple lines of The Cremation of Sam McGee. "There's strange things done on the midnight sun by the men who moil for gold. The Arctic trails have their secret tales that could make your blood run cold. The northern lights have seen queer sights, but the queerest they ever did see was that night on the marge of Lake Labarge I cremated Sam McGee." So that is enough of the source material for you to know what my song Northern Blights is all about. So here it goes. Well, I don't want to do any bard a disservice, but Robert, I'm not really sure I deserve this. The North may have left some impression on you, but as for the Yukon and me, we are through. 20-hour nights make for circadian strife. I'm not cut out for Northern Canadian life. After a year up in Whitehorse, I need to go back down to my source. Tuktoyaktuk is so fun to say, but I got so homesick after a day. I'm not meant for this boreal life. I need to go home from Yellowknife. And if there are no planes to fly back, God help me, I'll go home by kayak. Well, I don't want to do any bards a disservice, but Robert, I'm not really sure I deserve this. You say they cremated old Sam McGee. Is there some of that flame left for me? Everybody knows about the northern cold. Like a driven nail, it stabs through your parka's fold. Numbness, frigidity, coldness, and chilliness. I've had enough of this tundraland silliness. Prince of Wales Island and Baffin and Ellesmere, none of these places are home. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Bright northern lights, fresh northern air, swift arctic fox, great polar bear. I can't deny this beauty I see, but far northern living just isn't for me. Frobisher Bay or Iqaluit, the capital town for the Inuit. A beautiful land I cannot deny, but back to my home I must fly. La 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 la. Ice in my drinking glass, I've got ice in my bowl. Some mornings it feels I've got ice in my soul. Well, I don't wanna do the North a disservice, but I know there's no way on earth I deserve this. Tell me, oh, your territory, do you stand on guard for me? La 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 la. There we go. Thank you. Cool. So yeah, that was Northern Blights, because I cannot resist a punny title when it's up there.
Nice. I love it. I love any song that gets in a bunch of place names. I always think that's so fun.
I like that the first line of the chorus mentions not wanting to sort of insult any bards, because it's such a bardy song. Like, that makes sense to me. Sort of like you
Feels
can
like it's like strolling around a pub.
Yeah, basically you can almost see the D&D party meeting up at the pub for the first time before the adventure begins, as it were. You know, I love that. It's quite Americana as well, like the sort of that traveling feeling. Like, I guess this place names sort of help there as well, but just the sort of
Oh,
the
cool.
kind of it's like the thrumming of a railroad tracks, or the sound of wheels on a highway, like that sort of. It made me want to play. I have a cajon standing over there. It just kind of made me want to go play along the cajon.
That's cool. And actually, I will definitely take notes on, and from chat as well, what instrumentation you could envisage. Because there is a version of that on my YouTube channel. And there's a video of me when I was definitely in less good shape. It's kind of awkward for me to watch it now. But yeah, I think I would produce it completely differently if I did it again today. So yeah, I'm always interested in input on like what instruments people can hear. That's awesome, Six. Thank you.
Are you going to film the music video like in the Yukon?
Well, that's actually, I realized I left out an important bit of backstory. That sounds like a challenge. Okay, yeah, because where I'm from in Canada is, well, we'd call it the West Coast. I think from a U.S. point of view, it's the Pacific Northwest, which is just by far the mildest climate in the country. So like a lot of things that people over here as well, people are like, does it snow in Canada all the time? And I always have to qualify, it does snow a lot in most of Canada, but not where I'm from. So, and I've never been up to what we call the territories, the Yukon, or the really boringly named Northwest Territory, or Nunavut.
It's an informative name. It's an informative name, though.
That's true. It tells it like it is. Yeah, that's absolutely fine. If you post my YouTube link, Jazzy, that would be great. Cheers. Yes, Stream and Friend. There's loads of content on there. That was my original platform. Before I realized you can actually put your own stuff on Spotify. I genuinely thought there was more gatekeeping to that than there is. Wicked. Cool.
Is that's a Seagull guitar, right?
It is a Seagull. Actually, a Canadian brand, as it happens.
Yes. Yeah. I have a fantastic story that's quite long about a Seagull guitar that I tried out in Utah when my family was there.
Ooh.
Short version of the story is my parents bought it, not for me, but for them. I fell in love with it, and they bought it for them to bring home, and managed to fool me, despite me carrying the case, that there was no guitar in there. Because they had guitars that needed cases, so they just told me, yeah, well, we figured we need an extra case. And we've packed it full of wet towels because we had to put them somewhere because we bought a lot of other stuff that goes in the regular bags. So I come home, open it to take out the damp towels, and I'm like, here's the guitar. It's fantastic. It's semi-acoustic 12-string.
Wicked. And a seagull.
A seagull, yeah.
That's amazing. Out of Utah, that's really cool. Again, connecting the whole world. Like a guitar company in Quebec selling stuff in Utah to a kid from Sweden who then goes on a stream around the world.
Yeah. It always makes me smile when I see seagull instruments, specifically because I still love that guitar. I mean, it's still at my parents' place. I don't have it here, but I still love that guitar, and I love the story behind it.
That is quite... I'm just imagining as well, like, yeah, a cake. Because I think there's a lot of... in popular culture, there's a lot of, like... what am I trying to say? Romanticism, I guess, about, you know, the musician carrying the case, and you're like, ooh, what beautiful tapestries of sound will he weave on that loom, and then he opens it up, just a bunch of damp holiday towels.
Yeah.
Okay, turns out it's sort of like a really, I don't know, like a spoof version of like the gangster trope where they've got like a Tommy gun in their mandolin case or something. It's like, I'll whip you with my damp towel.
Why do you have an Uzi with you to your violin class? Oh shit, Dad has my violin at the bank.
Uh-oh. That is a good joke. I like that. That's my style of humor. Sweet. Yeah, I am glad that I was able to share Northern Blights with you. If no one else has any other thoughts to that one, a song, you know, rooted in the cold, not quite polar vortex, but very cold. The Uzis for percussion. Then just make sure the safety's on and you'll be fine. Cool. Six, I think we have come to you. If you have a tune you'd like to share with us.
You say that as if I had a choice. I'm here for that. So I mean,
yeah, it's like in Icebreakers that like, oh, you can just say pass if you're not comfortable sharing.
Yeah,
it's not that
like,
kind of.
No, let's just skip ahead. Start the round over. That'll be fine. I thought I'd break a little with, I don't know, tradition is perhaps not the thing to say because I have a tendency to do all kinds of strange things when I'm on the New Tune Showcase. I think I was the first person to rap on this show, for instance. It was hilarious to see that the E-flat guy just go, huh? At his camera when I started rapping. That was actually really funny. He was hosting that time. But I'll just shut up and play. I'm going to cheat a bit with my looper pedal where I have some drum beats for this. That first encounter and whirlwind week, I didn't know where I was going. You weren't what I was there to see. Yeah, you got all the wrong things flowing. I wasn't in love, I know that now. I didn't know the difference in my mind. Another part of me took over somehow. Though I thought it was a good time, it wasn't meant to last. It belongs in the past. And if it wasn't right, we weren't supposed to break. And even when I saw the light, it was a beautiful mistake. It didn't take long from the afterglow. My lonesome heart washed with clarity, like the worst part of me was on show. Love and lust in complete disparity. I must never repeat my heart's utter defeat. And if it wasn't right, we weren't supposed to break. And even when I saw the light, it was a beautiful mistake. So these days I'm careful not to go. I have to make sure that I know that if it isn't right, we're not supposed to break. And even when I see the light, I'll make a beautiful mistake. No, if it isn't right, we're not supposed to break. And even when I see the light, won't make a beautiful mistake.
Success is like, everybody wake up.
Yeah, we kind of nodded off
Just
to that
about, yeah.
nice soothing lullaby that you played us there.
Yeah. That was kind of my point with breaking with, well, tradition is a bit, but doing something else, as it were.
Yeah. That
So
was
yeah,
great.
that's a song.
It is. Yeah, I was putting in chat that I could really feel the joy of making sound, because for me, it reminded me of just a personal experience, but I'm sure a lot of us have had that. The first time you strum an electric guitar, specifically electric, and maybe it's like,
Yeah.
I don't know, kid down the road who's got a guitar, or your dad's friend who's in a band, and you just feel that that sustain. Streaming
Yeah.
friends saying, off to buy a Telecaster. Yeah, that's exactly it. It's like,
Yeah.
it makes you
I
wanna
mean,
play
I
guitar.
I love this guitar. I was so fortunate to find this guitar secondhand at my local music store for the equivalent of 450 euros. And it's a 2016 Mexican Telecaster with first owner being a pedant. So it was as new, except it had actually been played in and set up properly.
Sure.
It's the best purchase I've made in my entire life. So yeah, it's fantastic. But yeah, and Jacala, yes, asked in the chat, was this a wah song? For those of you who are unfamiliar with wah, W-H-A, W-A-H, sorry. Words are hard is the acronym. It's run by a guy called Charlie, whose Twitch handle is +6 production. Charlie is a fantastic music producer, and he runs this weekly challenge where basically chat gets to choose a topic or a theme, kind of like the New Tune Showcase prompt, but weekly. And it focuses on lyric. You don't have to technically make an entire song out of it, but you write a lyric to the prompt. And he then gives feedback on the lyrics. So this was something I wrote for that a couple of months ago. And the prompt obviously was a beautiful mistake.
Yeah. That's cool.
It reminded me, not at all sonically, but of Aldous Harding. I love Aldous Harding. Fever, great song. That's the whole. I was like, when you're like,
As
this
in
reminds me of a
the-
song, and then the song is quite niche, and you're like,
Yeah, I'm trying to figure. It's not the fever that I'm thinking about, probably, right?
no. I
The
don't
you
think
gave
so.
me fever thing, right? The old
No.
sort of soulish thing. Yeah, I don't think
No.
I'm familiar.
But it's the same
unfortunately.
kind of like that initial burn, I guess.
Ah, yeah. See, that funny thing, I had the plan to start off with this song all along, and then Nate, you and me, on the intro part, sort of brushed on Blink 182
We
and the
did.
kind of college punk, kind of pop
Yeah.
punk. And I was like, oh yeah, that's gonna happen.
It did. And I was going to say, actually, internationally, growing up, I called them Blink 182, which I always said, oh man, it's so clunky, so many syllables. But I feel like, and Bethan and Barry, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like in the UK, they are just known as Blink 182. Like each digit is said individually.
I
Can you
believe that
confirm?
officially they don't mind.
Yeah.
They've said they said either is fine.
So there we go.
I
So
would
that blew
I mean
my-
I would say 182.
Right. Yeah, which is weird because I wouldn't have even thought to do that because all my peer groups said 182. But getting back to the song we heard, it was wicked. I love the line, "Love and lust in disparity."
Yeah. I mean,
Or
it's
in-
about being intimate with someone who you thought you had more feelings with, but you were actually just desperate. You just didn't see it yourself.
Mm.
Hurting someone because you couldn't tell the difference between falling in love and just lusting after someone.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a relatable topic for sure. I think to many folk.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you kind of like try to make things right, but it's sort of there's no real way to say. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my rather very sort of my shameful experience with this, because I've done this a few years ago. Most of all, like the ending point of like I won't do this again. I won't let myself do this again. Is kind of the turning point of the song, the bridge and key change. I don't know if anyone actually sort of picked up on the key change, but it amuses me the fact that I put something very sort of Eurovision into a pop punk song and did raised it a half step in the final chorus. The sort of these days I'm careful not to go. I have to make sure that I know. Like I'm not gonna let the lust take over. I have to think, what am I actually feeling? I have to really, dig into myself and search deep to see that it's not lust taking over.
Yeah, using the higher order thinking.
Yeah.
I don't know. The super ego, I think, the moralizing part of the personality. If one,
Exactly.
follows such a paradigm.
I have a closer relationship to Vulcan philosophy and picking apart your emotions. I actually do. I used that way of thinking to stop being violent in my teens. So I actually do have a very strong feeling about that. The idea of before you react to your emotion, deconstruct them and ask yourself, are these emotions worth actually reacting to? I was a pretty violent kid. I fought a lot. And then in my teens, I started a new school and I decided that, okay, I'm not going to do that anymore. How can I stop myself doing this? And my Star Trek nerdiness actually did.
You're like, I'm going to become a Vulcan.
Yeah, I think kind of, yeah.
This makes complete sense. No,
Yeah,
it's great. It's great.
I'm
it's
putting
just
my
also
Klingon
funny.
ways. Yeah.
I mean, I didn't have like the idea of like actual Buddhist philosophy to back me up. The sort of Zen idea. I hadn't read philosophy. I'd watched Star Trek. It was as close as I got. I was.
Yeah.
What more do you need?
Yeah. R.I.P. Leonard Nimoy.
Oh man, what I wouldn't have given to meet that man before he passed away.
Yeah. Yeah. Pretty cool.
Yeah, pretty amazing. All right, I'm
Cool.
gonna unplug and put away my guitar.
Nice. Yeah. Beautiful mistake. Thank you very much for sharing. Yeah. May we all live long and prosper.
Yes, exactly.
Wicked. So I think now that we've gone through one complete round from B to X, I think it is important to remind chat that if they've got any bits going spare, if they've got any extra, just chuck them in. Donate. Yeah. Obviously, they will be distributed 5 ways. We will each get a percentage. 20, I think, seems logical to me. I do sometimes teach secondary school math, so I think I can be pretty confident saying that would be a 20% share of all bits. But yeah, and genuinely, hype trains, they can leave the station at any time. If we get to level 9, I believe, was the word, Irene Pena herself will get involved, and in 30 minutes, without the safety of a net, she too will compose a song with us. So I think we all want to see that. I know I do.
Oh yes.
Can we start hype trains from within the Matrix? Can we create them ourselves, or do we need? Must it be external?
We
Let's
do
see.
need people to drop bits and subs. Unfortunately, donations doesn't count, which I think is makes a modicum of sense because obviously Twitch gets more money from subs and bits. But it would be nice if donations that don't have to pay Twitch quite so much would help. But
I mean, you can always game the system, Nate, if you're in chat.
yeah, I mean,
Twitch
we
won't know
the
that
5
you're
of us.
also streaming.
Yeah, the 5 of us totally could create a hype train by just gifting a sub each to someone.
Perfect.
Or something.
And actually, and that's the kind
It's
of math.
not. It's
where
not the most efficient way to make money.
No, considering we're
just
giving
paying the
half of
half
it
money
to
back.
Amazon.
Like, yeah, it's kind of like gifting in your own channel.
That sort of reminds me of that episode of The American Office where they get robbed and they have a fundraiser for themselves. I don't know if anyone knows the episode of which I speak, but it's classic Michael Scott. Actually, you'll appreciate this, Bethan, because I know you're a big Springsteen fan. And so the big prize is 2 Springsteen tickets.
Yes.
Which, of course, he does not have because it's Michael Scott and he needs to, like... it's one of my favorite...
and hasn't he, like, invited his, the nice girlfriend? Yeah, it's all...
It's very cringe.
A
Like, one of the...
disaster.
Yeah. Not quite as bad as Scott's Tots, for anyone who knows the...
Oh, that's
I
not
actually-
a comedy episode. That's just
No.
a Shakespearean tragedy.
So I guess, yeah, maybe getting a bit exclusive for people who haven't seen every episode of The American Office. Don't leave immediately after the U.S. showcase. Go start on that because it's great. But there's a bit where the character is like, "Oh, what are your 3 favorite Springsteen songs?" 2 of them were Huey Lewis and the News. One of them was Tracy Chapman's Fast Car. Just like, I love that.
And we have a hype train in chat. Pinball, thank you so
Hey,
much for
no
for
way.
those 5 gift
We-
subs. Jazzy's come in
I
and
just-
gamed the
Yes.
system, like I said.
Yeah,
Hey,
And
we have a
little
level
treat
3
for
hype
you,
train.
Lurker.
yes,
Stephen Friend, thank you as well.
yeah. Streaming,
And
friends,
Maker
streaming friends.
Plays. Hi, Maker Plays, by the
Very
way. Oh, yes.
Nice.
Barry,
Yeah,
it's your turn. Save us.
Yeah. Sing us
Save
a
us
song,
from this
you're
office
the berry
talk.
man.
Oh,
Okay.
that's too good. That's not fair.
All right, but yeah, hype is going. Let's get some tunes. I'm gonna mute myself and listen to Barry.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you. I was going to do a really slow song, but I think because it's a hype train, I'll change it up a bit. I'll do a more lively, hypey kind of song. This is called Turn Around. I'm going to do a little beat on the looper before I start it. Hang on. Nope. Sorry. Bit too much reverb on there.
Speak life, and these walls will crumble. Have faith, my child, and just watch it turn around. Just turn around. Take heart, my friend, the war is over. You're free to choose your destination. Just turn around. You're not alone, I'm right here with you. These dreams, this hope will not be shaken. You've come so far to what could be, and what could be is anything. Just turn around. Speak life, and these walls will crumble. Have faith, my child, and just watch it turn around. Just turn around. You're not alone, I'm right here with you. These dreams, this hope will not be shaken. You've come so far to what could be, and what could be is anything. Just turn around. just turn around. Turn around.
There you go.
Yeah, that was splendid.
That was great.
Yeah, supremely well chosen. I think really went with the mood of like building up the energy, going with the hype.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah, and very definitely had that mechanical train movement as well.
Mm.
Just turn around. That's good. A good hook there. Yeah. What would you like to say about the song that wasn't in the tune itself?
What would I
Or
like to say?
if anything, yeah.
But I guess it's just what could I say? I guess I wanted it to be a very uplifting, you know, and I wanted it to be kind of encouragement. And as you said earlier on, I was a Christian, so it's got a kind of a Christian message. It's almost like when in the first verse it says, speak life, have faith, my child." You know, it's like, what would God say to me, to lift me up?
Yeah.
And yeah,
Definitely.
Barry, can I ask?
Yes.
I enjoy finding this out. How do you like write songs? Like, is it like an all at once thing? Are you a lyric? Are you a music? Are you everything? Are you a mad scurry for half an hour, or do you take your time? Or
I do probably. I come up with an idea first. You know, I want to write a song about this aspect of my life, this thing I've went through, or whatever. And then I almost kind of hear a general vibe in my head. No tune or anything, just I want it to sound this way, you know? And I'll just sit down with the guitar, try a couple of chord patterns, start some. I might just blurt something out. First thing comes in my head related to that thing, and it might not be of the song, but it gets me started, you know, and I just kind of work it from there. I mean, it varies. It's not the same every time,
Yeah.
but that's probably mostly how I do it.
nice.
Yeah, and and on that one, yeah, I certainly felt the Christian energy, just that feeling of, you know, however lost one might be feeling, you know, if they open themselves up, and obviously it can transcend a particular denomination, you know, if a person
Yes. Aye.
is open to whatever spirituality. Sometimes just thinking of, you know what, it's whatever one believes or whatever is true, you know, there's certainly more than just me in this universe. And when I'm a little bit less focused on my own problems and a little bit less sort of, I mean, I guess, yeah, narcissistic that I've got to solve it all myself, then yeah, it can be really reassuring and comforting. So yeah, that was certainly a message that came through to me. So yeah, really, thank you very much for sharing that one.
Salvation and praise. That's kind of the vibe, I would say. Like very again, very very much like the sort of praise kind of music. Which I wish there was more of in Swedish Christianity, to be honest, because we have very very boring hymns mostly.
That's cool. Yeah, that it had a very modern feel, but obviously linked to ancient traditions. Or I mean to the beginning of time itself from one perspective.
It's
Wondrous.
like
Yeah, and I
every round we have to get into some like deep philosophy. Like,
You have
next,
no
like,
idea how hard I'm holding
superego,
myself
the
back right now,
origins
Bethany.
of the universe.
I've just now, you know, but we don't have a night.
Yeah, I like to get deep, you know.
Yeah.
I was I think it was Mr. Firth. He's a teacher on social media, and I think he's got a lot of traction.
I think you're
and
being
as
really
someone-
formal about Colin Firth.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, I would be.
Mr.
if I-
Firth taught me
So
in
Mr.
Pride and
Firth.
Prejudice.
You may remember him from such cinematic classics as Bridget Jones's Diary, which is actually great. I wasn't being sarcastic there, but no, a dude called Mr. Firth. I think he's from somewhere in the north, and he just has like very funny reels and shorts about like teacher problems. And one of them was like, "Oh, instead of the usual, how was your weekend, or even what did you get up to at the break? Why not just go in for the deep questions in the staff room? Like, so do you ever contemplate your own mortality?" I was like, "Yeah, that would definitely make things a bit more. It would be a bit less on autopilot."
But that's
You
the
give that to
amazing
the
thing of being a
6-year-olds when
teacher.
they come back from summer too.
Yeah, especially
you
those.
should, you-
Nope. But as a teacher, I can tell you that is something amazing about being a teacher. I'm surrounded by experts, and I'm a nerd. Can you fathom the awesomeness of being in that position? I have a weird question about some strange biological thing that but how the heck does that work? I go to a science teacher and they tell me. It's fantastic.
Yeah. Absolutely. And do you teach in a school?
Yeah, I teach
Oh,
regular
right.
class of sort of 10 to 15 kids at a time.
Cool. Right. So just sort of music curriculum in a school.
Yeah, in mandatory schooling.
Cool.
12 to 16-year-olds.
Oh yeah, they're a fun bunch. And
It's
actually,
the best
I'm-
age because, as my mother, who works as a counselor for the same ages, says, they are absolutely fantastic and absolutely hopeless both at the same time.
Yeah, I can concur. And I'm saying this fully aware there's an outside chance that some of my own students from indeed that same age bracket you mentioned could very well be watching this. And it might be just like,
find me.
yeah, your stage name is better than mine. Yeah, but it's fun. And that's the thing with teenagers, like you're never sure, are they actually just making fun of you? And I feel like I asked someone, like, there's a good chance many of them are making fun of, like, oh, sir, your music's really great. But there are a few, like, yeah.
You
genuinely
just got to
do.
make fun of them more and you win in the end.
It's true. Yeah.
I think if you're worried they're being sarcastic, just presume they're being completely genuine.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
So
absolutely.
much. That's so
Yeah, that's
meaningful.
it.
I'm so glad you enjoyed. Here's a free CD.
Exactly. Well, that's it. I mean, the joke is it's like, I mean, you've memorized the words to my songs to ironically make fun of me. I think it's a self burn. I think. I like Stream and Friend teacher referring to you as wonderful goblins. I'm taking that. That is definitely something I would do.
It's fantastic.
When I've got students really messing around, I'll be like, "Oh, you fussy little ferrets," and they'll be like, "We're not ferrets. We're human beings." Like, sir, you can't call us animals.
I just call
Which,
them
of course,
children. And calling a
Yeah.
15-year-old a child is very effective.
Isn't it just, eh? What
Shall
we
we
doing
move
in
on?
songs? Yeah.
Yeah.
Alphabetically, it comes to Bethan.
Nate continues to absolutely smash the alphabet. The teaching skills there. Sweet. So I was enjoying Barry's song there and thinking none of my songs I have lined up are very hype. I was like, which slow song do I play next? But Hype Train has ended. Thank you so much, everybody, for the wonderful hype.
Awesome.
I'm gonna play a song on my harp, which is inherently fun, hopefully, because it's a harp. So this is like I said with my first round, they're kind of all on a bit of a similar vibe, of kind of these relationships. And this is called smash my microphone. This is the annoying thing about swapping between instruments. I'm constantly moving everything, and that is why I nearly break everything every stream. But this is called Roan Dappled Mare. Is it strange to you I loved another man before I loved your father? Would it was born. Then you were born mere moments after. I was a girl as you are my girl, until I knew of men. The love in my heart did best as I could, as I knew loving then. Then the wind comes, then the wind. When I was only grasshopping high, I had a roan dappled mare. Wherever I thought of riding to, she would take me there. I fed her on white sugar cubes with grain so finely defined. Easily I accosted love in that time. But the wind came, then the wind. My father bequeathed me an acre land, so I took my beloved there. We sat sprinkled by orchard shade and scoffed up the juiciest pears. I awaited each morn my receipts of love, eager as a flower sunborn. Tail fed and hearth like a loyal dog, eyes as damp as a fawn. Yet the wind comes, then the wind. The scales remained all set askew, yet he gave me no sugar cane. Just the same confusion every week, trying to fight me again. So I took myself down to the river glen and washed away my old man. Then he wasn't sure how to love me no more, so used to seeing her there. Oh, the wind comes, yes, the wind. Is it strange to you I loved another man before I loved your father? Would it be easier felt if I was born? Then you were born mere moments after. I was a girl as you are my girl, until I knew of men.
Marvelous.
Thank you. Thank you,
That
chat, for
sounded-
the appreciation of the harp.
Super. That sounded super, like, well, super old. Sounds like such a not what I'm the kind of praise I'm trying to give it. But it sounds like a a traditional, like almost medieval folk song,
Yeah.
like a proper ballad in the word's original sense, as in a medieval story song.
I mean, I love a story song, and I think, like, I find that I will, unless I deliberately try and subvert it, I will write in a slightly different style on a different instrument. So, like, the harp, there is like a kind of natural or learned, I suppose, inclination to like really access those like pastoral images and, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
see
'cause
what
you
you're
don't, like,
saying,
You don't get that same kind of like in Barry's song, the train strumming energy on a harp. It's harder to
It's hard to strum a
generate.
harp. That is
yeah,
accurate.
it's tough.
Yeah.
It's tough. Yeah, and it was that in 3/4? Did you envisage it as a waltz?
I guess it is. Yeah. I don't. Yeah. I don't pay attention.
A very
Actually-
soft sort of 3/4 as well, like a very very flowy waltzy kind of, like it's not a doom ta ta. It's very sort of, it's very even, even kind of waltz. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
almost like a 6/8, but a little not quite fast enough to feel a 6/8 rather though. Yeah,
Yeah.
really really sweet.
It was. I think, and I'm an easy convert to the harp because I've got a little harpsichord in the background
Oh,
there.
yeah.
So, which I do love. It's the one when kind of that joy of sound earlier. That's what I play when I just want to like get. I've written a couple songs on it, but it's definitely less intuitive than the guitar for me. But yeah, when I hear someone else playing it, especially with your classical training on other instruments, you can really tell that has transferred with your virtuosity. If I can just gush about
I
the
mean,
Harper-
I sure.
Yeah.
That feels like too much, Nick. But yeah, I mean, piano to harp is quite a nice transition. It's a piano. Oh, this is a harp. It's the same thing.
Yeah, I
One
had
thing
a
I want to ask one thing about that transition though, and it's a very specific physical thing: nails. Because I find teaching basic piano and playing very rudimentary piano, and wanting long nails for plucking like guitar picking, sort of finger picking stuff. I imagine you kind of need a bit of nail to pluck the harp properly.
No, I don't have any
But it-
nails.
Not at all. Okay, because
No.
mine tend
I mean,
to
I-
break whenever I
I
play the
do have
piano,
them on
and then
my
I pick up
nail
a guitar
bed.
and I'm annoyed. Yeah, no, but like actual sort of
If anyone was worried about
pokey
my
outy
nails.
nails, as it were, actual claws, as it were.
No, I've just always played the guitar with short nails, so I'm just used to it. And then the harp, yeah, it's much more like on the finger. Yeah.
Yeah,
As-
I also
as
just
far-
wanted to say that the combination of your vocal timbre together with the harp is just like really really calming, and I feel like
Oh, I think you just
I
like
had that with the earlier song before as well, but it just your vocal timbre is really really unique and really pretty, and it's also very calming with the instruments that you play. I also wanted to ask, how many instruments do you play? Because like we've talked about a few, but now I'm very curious about how many you. I see a few there in the back, but
Yeah. Not too many. So I play the cello and the piano, and then the guitar and the harp. Like that's about the extent of the harp skill. And I play the ukulele, and then I have a saxophone, different verb, and like a harmonica, and but yeah, so kind of like 5 with some level of I can play a whole song.
You should definitely work on that saxophone playing. From the guy who started off on the saxophone at age 11.
Well, I guess if I'm allowed to do a little promo for the current Collabamajig, which
Yes.
is out on Monday. This is the Collabamajig run over on Matty Coolside Scarecrow's channel, where streamers pair up to record songs together. My Collabamajig song may feature a little bit of saxophone, so
yes.
very excited. And this is Monday.
yeah, I believe they're going to be played on Matty's stream on Monday night, British time.
Cool. I will mark my mental calendar.
It's going to be so cool. The collab magics
They're all
are
songs
always
from
really cool.
1997, and I tell you, 1997 was a great year for music.
I'm so looking forward to seeing what people have done and
There'll be
like
lots
how
of really
people
cool
have
songs.
interpreted, like who's done a sound alike, who's done something else.
Streaming Friend just asked, where can we find the collab? And I think you said the name of the channel, right?
Yeah. So, there we are. Brittle
Oh,
Stars
there we
on
go.
it.
Perfect. Brittle Star hooking us up. Yeah.
Brittle Star is one of the runners of the show, so
Yeah. Oh, speaking of running the show, as the host, I just remembered a housekeeping thing that I believe the instruction was that we should get out to our socials. Was it an hour before we drop the new song?
I think it was when it's that round.
when we
When
drop
it's-
the
okay,
when we drop the
phew,
new
that's
songs.
good. I was thinking I've missed the opportunity because I think probably best that we do that in the
Immediately
following
after
round.
this
Songs.
round, yeah.
Yeah.
And I think we
Yeah.
need to move it along, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think
We've
we've
been
been
chatting.
talking a lot.
All right,
All right.
Jazzy, let's hear a song.
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
TLDR, your song was great, Bethan.
Oh my
Yes.
God. So the next song is one that I wrote about an overthinking brain. I just gave it a new title because it's been called Brain Train for a long time. And it's about a brain that never stops and how that could go a little bit all sides and how it can be a bit much sometimes. So I've called it now the Overthinker's Sentiment. And let's see if I get this back on. All right. Then here we go. It's dark and cold another night. We sit alone. The peaceful sky with stars above. Too much time to condone for all the awkward days and all the sins in the world. Time can heal, time can mend, time also makes them swirl. The darkest star rising, its glow. Locked in a cage, we know. Suffocating in that safe space we own. In these feelings, all we do is drown. All we do is drown. All we do is drown, 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 drown. They're spinning in our brain, making us feel insane. The rage inside our head, urgent, but instead they're leaving a big stain to the confidence we claim. Not joining the rat race is a dangerous new play. It's morning light, another day. We stare along the side. The peaceful sky with clouds above. So much time to scare the mind. But all the awkward ways and all the sins in the world. Time can heal, time can mend, time also makes them swirl. The darkest star rising, its glow. Locked in a cage, we know. Suffocated in that safe space we own. In these feelings, all we do is drown. was that one.
I love that dramatic end.
Okay. We're here back again with the right settings and stuff.
We've
yeah,
returned.
that is about a brain that goes very much like all the way, all the time.
Such a
never
mood.
stops. Yeah.
It's one of those topics that I think everyone can sort of agree with, but actually formulating something that really says it. Because I think anyone can very much just agree that, yeah, the brain runs away with you sometimes.
Yep.
But actually turning it into something eloquent and artful in the form of a song is something else. And not letting your brain run away with you in the process, as it were.
Yeah, managing to get to the end of the song. Going,
Yeah.
"Ah!"
Yeah.
It's great. I love that low piano, like the drama, and the kind of intensity.
Yeah.
Yeah, I felt like the lowness and the also like I play this one a whole lot like just louder in general than I usually do with more of the other songs, I think, just because it's this one is written very much from out of myself and not like without thinking too much about it. It just like came on the paper very quickly, while with some of the songs I am like, okay, now I'm just gonna write about this as well, and this just was one that is more out of emotion and just made its way on that as well. And I also want to bring in the chaoticness that overthinking can bring into the song as well, a little bit with that as well, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it really works. It feels really like almost like raw, not in the sense of being unfinished, but just that, yeah, that like you said, it all kind of came out at once.
Yeah, most definitely. I was going to ask just a gear question. What kind of piano or keyboard do you have?
I have a Yamaha C73.
Yeah,
I-
some great sounds coming out of that.
CP73. There's a PT. CP73.
That's cool.
Yeah.
And do you change it? Had you changed it to different settings from the last song you did?
No, it's just
Okay.
the same one because I thought let's just keep it. I'm very bad with like the technical side of doing the things with streaming, so I was like, let's just keep it like this so that the sound check that we did is the way it is, because of I don't know how to fix things very easily when things go wrong on stream,
Yeah.
which often happen because streaming. Yay.
Highly relatable.
There's a name. There's a name for that. That philosophy.
Is there?
Yeah, it's called the KISS method.
Keep it simple.
Simple,
Oh, yeah.
stupid.
Yep, that's what I've been trying to do with like not changing too many things, because mostly at the beginning I tend to get a little bit stage fright-ish, so just left it on the piano pad CF3 setting, which is a live CF3 piano and then an analog pad behind it.
Yeah. Yeah, it was lovely. Really big sound. Yeah, my own keyboard, it's got piano, electric piano, synth. So yeah, it's got 5 different settings, and there's like no customization of the parameters. So I was a bit jealous of what you were rocking there. But you're also a far better piano player than I am, so it makes sense you would have the better instrument.
It went between this one and North Stage, because like everywhere you go in the music world, the North Stage is like the piano.
Yeah.
But when I went to the store, they were like, for what you're actually wanting to do, the North Stage would feel empty because it's more of a band kind of setting instrument, while this one would be more of an instrument by itself, to say so. While a North can also do that, of course, but it's just sound-wise a little bit different.
Yeah.
From what
Yeah,
I
There's also,
understood.
like- With something like a Nord, there's also the fact that it's spring-based response. Like the actual key response is based upon springs rather than weights.
Oh, yeah.
This might be super technical and me being a super nerd, but like if you take, I use a Roland piano and it's weighted at the other end of a pivot, which gives the same kind of response as in an actual acoustic piano.
Yeah.
While if you buy a Nord or something that's more like a keyboard and less like just a piano, you get spring-based response, and sort of the lift in the key is based on a spring, which doesn't feel the same. So if you want the full sort of range of dynamics from an that you would want from an acoustic piano, the Nord doesn't feel the same. They sound amazing, and they are incredible instruments. I'm not pissing on the Nord. I would be one of the
Good
dumbest
Swedish
people on
Too,
Twitch
too
if I
expensive
tried
to piss on.
well, yes, but also, I mean, actually dissing the Nord would make me the dumbest person on Twitch. They are fantastic instruments, but if what you're looking for is the feel of an acoustic piano in an electric instrument, they are not the optimal solution.
Yeah, this one is also has the weighted keys, because that's also one of the reasons that I went for this one instead of the other one, because I have tried to play on pianos that don't have weighted keys, and it just feels like you're pushing a button on a keyboard, kind of.
Yeah, exactly.
To say it a little bit, yeah.
Yeah. One of my happiest moments as a teacher was when the first time one of my pupils spoke of a spring-based keyboard and thought it felt weird because it didn't feel like a weighted keyboard. And I'm like, finally the kids are getting it, because I've spent years trying to build up an actual sort of have the enough of proper weighted key pianos to teach most of the kids on that rather than spring-based cheap ones.
Good for you. You're truly doing the Lord's work there, appreciating quality instruments. Right, I'm going to pull up my socks, and I'm going to, start hosting with aggression. I'm going to just move things along. No more of these meandering, Nate detours. Fewer of them, anyways. And I'm going to get to the next performer, which I guess would be me. But I've got two songs that I would like to play. One of them is a love song, and I will say that my new song, Canadian Aggression, it's back. We're known for it. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be talking about aggression. That might be upsetting. The two choices are, one is about a love song, but my new song is also relationship based, whereas the other option is a sadder song, and it's more kind of about those who have gone before us. So what do we think? Who is feeling? I don't know. I'll have like a 15-second voting period. Let me know in. This is it exactly. Let me know in chat if you want a sad song about the dearly departed, or if you want a love song. Basically, like the first two people to show some kind of preference. That'll direct me. All right, the love song, perfect. Here we are. This one is for my wife.
Whenever people hear your name, they sing that song always the same. And everyone thinks they're the first. I can tell it's just the worst. So I know what I have to do. I'll write a new love song for you. In real life we're only friends. What's the harm if I pretend? Oh Daisy, London fog so hazy. When you first said hi in this dreary city, someone so witty was bound to catch my eye. And that's just what I'd sing if I loved you. Daisy was the first name of my great-grandmother. If we were to get married, our family tree would see another. Marriage seems unlikely, considering you don't like me, at least not in that way. If you did, you know I would say, Daisy, you know you drive me crazy. You don't even have to try. Daisy,
Do you know how it slays me each time that you pass me by? Isn't that the most romantic lie? You're so smart, I know you will perceive these lyrics are just make-believe. I know you'll laugh, you've got a good humor sense, not to mention your creativity, your smile, and your sweetness. Funniest thing has just happened to me. We're listing all your attributes. It turns out that I actually find you to be at least a little bit cute. No, seriously, like actually, I say these words with sincerity. I like those ideas in your head from the philosophy books you've read. They fill my heart that once was hollow. Beckon me, and I will follow. With gloomy thoughts invade our brains, we could keep each other sane. Now my song's nearly complete, just needs a part you can repeat. Something nice to hook the ear. Won't you sing with me, my dear? Oh, as I sing for you, as I sing, as I sing, la da 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 da, la da 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 da, la da 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 da, la da 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 da, la 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 da 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 da. There we go. That was from my wife. Very nice. It is entitled Rainbow Lady, which is kind of thank you. And I think I doubled down on that one because, of course, the people want it, but also, literally this morning, I couldn't find my wedding ring. And I'm usually, like, pretty consistent about, like, hey, it's either on my finger or I put it, like, in my pocket when I'm washing my hands, but other than that. So I think I just wanted to, like, reaffirm.
You're like, don't worry.
Yeah, Dave, let me prove my love in song. And also, having a Glaswegian here, this is true. We got married in Canada, summer 2022, and we were living in London at the time. And our flight back to the UK was via Glasgow. We're like, let's have like a little mini moon in Glasgow. So So, and I'd never been there before. Haven't been since. So, whenever I think of just
Was it
like.
that bad?
You know, it actually, the funny thing is, it was during the bin strike of August 2022, but we didn't know that. So we're like, obviously we were in a great mood because we were just married and everything, but we're like, there's a lot of rubbish around, isn't there? Like a bit more than I might have expected. And then
More like
as we were
Paris.
leaving, yeah. But yeah, it was great. So yeah, Glasgow, yeah, city of romance in my opinion. But there we go, Rainbow Lady. That was my contribution to this round.
That was fantastic. I gotta say, the title though makes me think of a lesbian, because rainbow.
I love
You know
the
what?
songwriting,
It's
sorry.
true. I may, if I release it as like an official single, I may change it to a less ambiguous title. And that is kind of an inside joke because we were talking about some of the language around sort of, well, I mean, even choosing the term is tricky. Like people of multiple heritages. So in the UK, there's a bunch of different terms you might. Yeah, my wife is of multiple heritages. And she was saying, yeah, you know, mixed race is kind of the term I've settled on, but I feel like we can do better. And she described like the 3 or 4 different ethnicities. Like, you're kind of like a rainbow, aren't you? And then it just sort of went from there.
Yeah.
So there's the back. I don't know if I've ever actually explained the backstory of the title. So there you go.
It's very nice.
Yeah, I really like that you were meta songwriting and writing about the songwriting and how the process of how a song is built, and that you included that in the song as well. That was really lovely.
Well, cheers. Sweet. Yeah. I am perfectly happy to move it on to Sixios if there's no other big thoughts on Rainbow Lady.
I thought I'd ask you guys to talk amongst yourself for a moment
Okay.
before I go, actually, because I have a. I changed my mind basically in the middle of all this on what songs to play, so I need to fetch a different instrument because I was going to stick
Sure.
with just the guitar, but I'm gonna I'm not gonna say blame, but I'm gonna say partly because Bethan brought out a harp. I'm gonna bring one of my weirder instruments on stream now, and you guys are gonna hear
Uh-oh.
a sailor's ballad in a moment.
Uh-oh.
But we'll wait for that.
Sailor's ballad, sailor's ballad. It was wonderful. In the meantime, that's fine. There's just another opportunity for me to remind the generous people of chat that we are not heroes. We are entertainers. We are music makers. But we too require food and beverage and rent.
Can't
made
actually
on
hear
our
you guys
homes.
yet, so if anyone's reacting, I can't tell.
So if you've got any extra bits to donate, if you want to gift a sub, if you can pay for a sub, this is the stream to do it in. That would be wonderful.
There we go.
Give what you
Hi.
can. We appreciate it.
Ah, goodness. Keep hitting it. This is a bowed instrument. I don't really do bowed instruments. It's one of those things that I very firmly decided not to do in life. Mostly because almost all bowed instruments, basically except this one, are fretless and stepless. You can slide all over them, and you have to be exact about your intonation and stuff, and that's annoying. So I usually avoid bowed instruments. Have I got that in the right key? Has me a little confused. Hang on. Right, there's the key. Let's see if we can kick up the gain a little on this mic so you can actually hear. Can you hear that? Does that come through properly? I feel like now my voice is going to come through on that mic as well. You can hear that, right? Can I have a reaction, please? Yes, thank you, Pinball. So, secondary question: does there happen to be any Critical Role fans in the chat at the moment? Perhaps, maybe. I'm gonna see the chat. There we go. Critical Role. The fantastic thing. This is actually has the subheading, this song, inspired by Critical Role Campaign Tune 2, Episode 8. Song's called The Ruby of the Sea. She never had a name that anyone would know, and no coin in her purse, nothing but her beauty, but she taught herself to give a decadent show, and do it so well, with the elegance of feel, and so she came to be the ruby of the sea. They came from near and far, all across the world, to lay their heads to rest, or taste the sweetness of her wine, to lay their eyes upon her, see the fire in her curls, and anyone would grieve to must leave her behind. They'd long to once more be with a ruby of the sea. Your poor broken heart she could quickly mend, and all you would know is nights filled with laughter. She knew her way around, she could easily blend with the noblest of men, Oh, the poorest of pauper, they all would wish to see the ruby of the sea. But nobleman and pauper, none could ever charm her. Her hearts were always frozen, even when she broke them. And anyone who'd wished forever to claim her would know a broken heart and be sent away again, 'cause she was meant to be the ruby of the sea. But one day came a man, and no one knows his name. He shone with a charm that could rival her own. He could heat her heart, and her lonely heart he flamed. She burnt with passion like she had never known. Took the heart, did he, of the ruby of the sea. So came a day she'd feared, since first they had met. Their passion bore a fruit he never truly wanted. How could she in the end his callous heart forget? Every single night and even her days he haunted, he left to never see the ruby of the sea. And so the fruit was born and grew to a bloom, a flower to inherit the fire of ruby hair. In the end she spelled her own mother's doom, and nothing could be done for the child oh so fair. The flower had to flee from the ruby of the sea. Still the gem does glitter upon a shallow shore, gives an easy smile, if also through the tears. There's no amount of gold can help her anymore. Riches cannot cure a lonesome mother's fear, and she can't cease to be the ruby of the sea.
What an awesome sound.
Thank you.
That was wicked. Six,
This
you're
is-
absolutely preaching to the choir about the annoyance of bowed instruments. I can totally relate to that one.
Yeah. Yeah, it's this particular one is pretty cool though. And the fact that it has 12 resonant strings for every semitone.
And what is it called?
It's the translation of this. This is a traditional Swedish and rather specifically Swedish instrument. The direct translation is key harp,
Okay.
but more reasonably, I've seen it called a key fiddle in English. These are called keys over here, and they are actually, you can't really tell, I don't think, from the distance, but they're actually colored black, white, black, well, unpainted and black, much the same as the keys on a keyboard, except they're chromatic. So you get one black, two white, because that's a B flat, and then a B, and then a C, and then a C sharp, and then a D, and then an E flat, and you know. And it's a strange one, but it's a lot of fun, and it works pretty well in a song like that.
Yeah.
I've used it
Yeah.
in writing sailors and sort of traditional stuff that sounds trad Swedish as well. I have a song that's actually going to be revealed next week, officially released next weekend, along with an event that is based around maritime history locally from where I come, where I also use this instrument to play parts of it.
Yeah, I mean that's the perfect instrument to like conjure up a feeling of times of old, the spray in your face, the gulls squawking as they soar upon the waves.
Just so. Also, Amelia Svinkel, thank you for the raid. Svinkel is another fellow Swedish music streamer who I will now give a bit of an introduction to. I've actually tried to bring onto this show, so you're very welcome here, and I'm glad you've arrived just now because we're about to start
Yes.
the new tunes, the actually songs that we have actually written for the show.
Yeah.
So welcome in, Raiders, especially, of course,
Welcome.
Svinkel, who I'm still hoping will be on the European Showcase eventually.
Magnificent.
Well, we're glad you're here now, Svinkel.
That's better late than never, you know.
Oh yes, and
Who's,
definitely keep your ears peeled now, and things will go on to the important part of the show, one might say.
Yeah. Just, välkommen, is that welcome in Swedish?
Yes, it is. Välkommen, absolutely.
Nice. So yeah, Raiders, thanks for being here. I am Nate. I've been doing a form of hosting, which kind of involves long, winding anecdotes and connecting one thing to another. But now this is where tack så mycket. Oh, I know that one. Thank you very much. Varsågod. There we go. We've
Damn,
expanded.
dude, you've got the Swedish down.
Well, I think on one hand I can count the words, but yeah, it is time. We are gonna do the new song, and the prompt that we gave was fight or flight. That was what I came up with. And I think I just wanted something that was really like nice and concise, a bit of a cliche, like an expression that we've heard before, but something that you can do loads with. And I was speaking with my my wife again, to whom I am married, even though I don't have the ring right now. It's a bit of a topic for me, but that's fine. Nothing you need to worry about. She was saying, well, you know, there's actually also fawn and freeze are the other two biological things you can do if you're like in danger or feeling threatened. I thought, well, I should have asked you that. I mean, serves me right. I should always ask the boss for for ideas. But obviously, it was too late to change the prompt to fight or flight or freeze or fawn. But if anyone included those two, I think that is worth a level like 26 hype train. So keep that in mind, chat. That's the bar to beat. Yeah, I'm going to post on my socials that this is happening right now, just so people know to come on in from my social media. Creatives, collaborators, do you want to say anything before we get into the final round, the new song round? Okay. Barry, if you are game, I think we can come to your brand new song, to the prompt fight or flight.
Okay. Right. Slightly nervous. I haven't been nervous this whole time really, but because it's a new song. Yeah. So this kind of got me thinking about mental health, fight or flight, and I've struggled with mental health myself in various ways over the years. I've had quite a lot of ups and downs. So yeah. The song's called "Keep Standing Tall," and it's about well, basically, I choose fight. Most of the time, I choose fight rather than flight, and I keep getting back up again. You know, so this song kind of explores that. I guess I'm going to play it. Stop rambling on.
Three strikes you're out, but who's keeping score? Do you think I'll crash? Do you think I'll fall? And I'll rise again, keep standing tall. With all that I am and all that I have, I'll take what is mine. I'm not backing down. I'll fight till the end. I'll live my own truth. You can tell me I'm done, but I'm not listening to you. Do you want a war? Do you want a war? Three strikes you're out, but who's keeping score? Do you want a war? Do you want a war? And I'll rise again, keep standing tall. There's thorn in my side, there's pain in my neck. The faults and my fears feed my despair, my regrets. The thing we call life, it isn't working for me. Should I just pack up and run? What did it take to be free? Do you want a war? Do you want a war? Three strikes you're up, but who's keeping score? Do you think I'll crash? Do you think I'll fall? I'll rise again, but who's keeping? Do you want a war? Do you want a war? Three strikes you're out, but who's keeping score? Do you think I'll crash? Do you think I'll fall? I'll rise again, keep standing tall. In the highs and the lows, the tears and the stress of this, I am sure that I will never forget. The lessons I've learned, the strength that I've gained, this love that I've found, the treasures through pain. And the highs and the lows, the tears and the stress, this I am sure that I will never forget. The lessons I've learned, the strength that I've gained, the love I have found, treasure through pain. Do you want a war? Do you want a war? Three strikes you're out, but who keeping score? Do you think I'll crash? Do you think I'll fall? I'll rise again, keep standing tall. Do you want a war? Do you want a war? Three strikes you're out, but who's keeping score? Do you think I'll crash? Do you think I'll fall? I'll rise again to keep standing tall.
There we go.
Yeah, hey! Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, that is the first time the world has heard that song from Barry Copeland. If that's not worth cheering some bits, well, I've grossly misunderstood everything. That was really great, Barry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was catchy, and it the prompt got out pretty late, just because there were a whole bunch of spinning plates to go. So, yeah, no one involved had a lot of time, but that was really enjoyable. I certainly appreciated when you talked about this this treasure from pain, that you didn't use the sort of the more common pairing of pleasure and pain, just because hearing the word pleasure always like makes my skin crawl. It's a very uncomfortable word. But treasure from pain, it's still like linked to a kind of. You know what? I feel like it's like there's always some really sort of like, I don't know.
There's got to be
like,
pervs somewhere that makes fun of it, right?
Well, exactly, and I think it's like there's like a villain.
It's probably gonna be me.
Yeah, there's always some like insidious villain who's usually got an English accent. So that's how you know they're evil, right? In Disney Disney tropes, and they're like, "Oh, it would be my pleasure." And they're just like, I don't know, just like. I don't know if I have any examples, but anyways, Barry, yeah, the way you did "Treasure from Pain," I thought that was lovely.
How
Yeah,
did you
it
find
felt
writing
very
with the
genuine,
sorry.
like- The feel and the messaging really just melded into a sort of 1-2 punch of well, what you were talking about before, the whole sort of stand up and face the mental, all those monsters in your head, all those monsters you have to fight under the bed and in your own head, as it were.
Yeah.
It's really, yeah.
I was gonna ask how you found writing with the prompt, Barry. Like, did you know straight away what you wanted to do? Or?
No, I didn't know straight away. I thought I was actually going to write about something else to start with. I was going to write about how I bring up my kids, and when they find things hard in life, should I tell them just to just fight it, just tough it out, you know, or should I be more true to what my experience has been? But that just went out the window because I guess I just had a wee idea, and I thought, for me, I've written a lot of songs about my mental health journey, and I thought, oh great, another song from Barry Copeland about mental health. It was like, maybe I shouldn't be so obvious, but actually, it fits this time. It kind of just seemed to fit together. So
Yeah, and I
if
think-
you've got a brand, yeah, right.
Yeah, it's good. It's good brand management, and also like just something like that. You can come at it from lots of different angles, or like there'll be a different way you phrase something, or a different energy to a song, and that will connect with different people.
yeah, true.
Yeah, I also like the connection to the three strikes. If there's so much meaning behind that, and it's just like, yeah, I love that.
Yeah. It was always like there's something in life just trying to take me down. I just keep getting back up again, and
Cute for a different song there, but I won't ruin the moment by singing you.
I want to ask, it's maybe a terribly personal question to ask on the stream, but did you find your faith as part of the mental health journey, or has that always been there?
no, not really. I think I've always struggled with mental health, but I didn't know until about, say, 15 years ago, that that's what the problem was. So, no, but I would say that my faith has got me through a lot of the struggles that I've faced. Having that kind of bigger perspective, if you like.
Yeah, and
And
I don't know.
there's-
Not being one of faith myself, I look at it from an outside perspective, but it makes me think of a rather, actually quite silly line from an old anime I used to watch. Don't believe in yourself, believe in me, believing in you. And
Yeah.
that's kind of what faith is, isn't it? It's believing that something elsewhere believes in you.
Yeah. And that idea has got me through many a time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, wonderful. Genuine, Barry, thank you very much for sharing that and just, talking about challenges that you've had and how that can lead to, some wonderful compositions that you are generous enough to share with
Yeah.
everyone here on this New Tune Showcase. Awesome.
Thank you.
Cool. So obviously another plug for people to subscribe to Together Wherever and to chuck bits at us. But whilst you're doing that, I think there's no reason we couldn't hear from our resident Ears of Maize.
And
Alright.
make sure that when you do shuck those bits, aim for Nate's face.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Here, see if you can get it in my mouth.
Yeah, you'll have 10. You'll
Nate's just gonna do that through my whole song.
I might just take a screenshot so I don't have to keep that pose.
All right. I was just about to mute myself, but I have to sing, so I shouldn't do that.
I'll mute myself though.
Okay, so like slightly looser with the prompt response. Basically, I had a dream about the mafia, so this is where we've gone with that one, obviously. But I guess it's that fight or flight in the so this is like about another essentially like bad relationship, not autobiographical. I'm not like hanging out with the mafia, but as with kind of some of the other songs that I've done today, like playing with a kind of a relationship that may or may not be a good idea, and like the pull and the push, and kind of, like to me that felt like there was a kind of fight or flight there. I may be stretching the prompt. Anyway, I don't think I've named this, so name it what you like. Overhead, the trees frame the night sky, the stars in their velvet, and the candles on the table bleed onto the gingham where dirty plates and bottles accrue. I wander around to the far side of the table where he sits surrounded by henchmen and cousins. Tell him I'm cold, rub my bare shoulders. He fetches his shirt and wraps it around me. Back with my friend, the guest of some other gunman. She folds up her face. Do I know what I'm doing? She's shaking a rabbit, glancing at shadows, wanting to go. Smoke in the air and the faint sound of music. She tells me we'll never be on the inside. The wives never know. The ribcage cathedral, the gun. I bite my lip and my mouth fills with metal. I catch his eye, his shirt smells of bonfire. Orion is watching the hunter and hunted revolt. She'll be gone when the dew hits the glasses, the chairs on their sides, the old boughs creak with dawn, and the weight of their heads change the men to their chambers alone. I'll sit down, setting fire to the morning, watching the birds burn down to the filter, wrapped in a shirt that covers my wrists, penitential and modest. I come to pray and wait. There's no return. The bus that I rode here, eager eyes darting from road sign to ruin, blew up on the border, a front page I pretended to miss. He makes a toast. He's not one for speeches. He's pink-cheeked from wine and beady-eyed watches. I soften my gaze to hide or entice him, or else feel the moon on my skin. Trees frame the night sky, the stars in their velvet, and the candles on the table bleed onto the gingham where dirty plates and bottles accrue.
The Mafia are at it again. Great. I love the line about a ribcage cathedral.
Oh, thank you.
Did you mean as it, like to describe a cathedral with its arches and things, or were you using that to refer to like the like an Anglo-Saxon kenning, like the bone house to mean the body.
Yeah, I guess like the second one. What's the line? I mean, also, I write songs very quickly, and so sometimes I think, oh, I've really pulled an image out of somewhere, and sometimes I think, I'm not sure that one makes any sense. But yeah, the wives never known the ribcage cathedral, the gun, like so the body and the ribcage, so in that kind of the violence, so the damage done, but also I guess like with it, that also means within the ribcage is like the heart, right? So it's like if you're not if you're a mob wife in this dream, then it's like you're not let into the violence, and then that also prevents access to like the heart, I guess.
Yeah, so quite literally visceral, thinking about the guts and into.
I think
like,
originally that line was something more boring, but like the wives never know, the blood and the whatever and the gun or something, and then I was like, I think there's a different way in.
But it's cool how it's like a something that sounds like a metaphor or a simile that almost sounds like a known expression or an idiom can then be like it can mean so many things, and it can like my mind kind of went into when the discussion started into the idea of like the empty chest, as in the big open space, this cathedral, and the way that fear, for instance, can make you feel empty inside, or sorrow can make you feel empty inside, or along with the idea of being connected to organized crime, which must be
idea of like
terribly frightful
like that
experience.
space, that like central space that can have so many different things in it.
Yeah. In every answer that you find lies the basis of a brand new cliche, said Tim Minchin. It's pretty good.
Yeah, they got to come from somewhere, I guess. Every cliche was once brand new out of the box.
That's a really good line. That's just a really good line.
But yeah, so that really hits you hard in the Ribcage Cathedral. I'll tell you that. we're gonna make it happen. It's gonna take.
Everyone will be saying it.
Exactly, it's a new catchphrase. But yeah, Bethan, as always, thank you for sharing. Like really listenable songs with your very distinct way of singing, and actually kind of coming back to language, like we were talking about earlier. It's really cool that we actually have 5 completely different users of the English language. Even though I don't know, you and Barry and I might be maybe native speakers, perhaps we speak like radically different dialects of English as our mother tongue, and Jazzy and Sixio are certainly like fluent, comfortable users of the English language, and they also use it in a different way as well. So I think even if I were to do a cover of your song, like it would sound disingenuous for me to try to sound like an English person. And I think that's really cool. That adds definitely some authenticity to it. And I think that's something I really respect, because obviously there's quite a precedent, like from probably pre-Spice Girls days, of like English singers trying to not have any real regionalisms in their songs. So you like the way they talk sounds very different from the way they sing. And obviously, people like Amy Winehouse, super talented, and they're doing an idiom, so it works. But I also really respect people who just like sound like themselves.
But that also goes back to like radio training and stuff, which is something you've done we've done it here in Sweden as well. Like if you're going to appear in public, you're going to speak the proper language, as it were. Sort of. And in Swedish,
the
in
transatlantic.
Sweden, that's been. Well, it's kind of that. And in Sweden, they trained vocalists that way as well. Like, don't sing with your accents, which has led to some fantastically weird Swedish vocalists having like one vowel that's super, super sort of dialect based and nothing else. And it just sounds completely weird.
Yeah.
Like, have you've seen oh my goodness, what is that film called? That it's not Singing in the Rain, it's the other one. With going from silent movies to talkies. And they have, is that Singing in the Rain? It's not Singing in the Rain, is it?
It might be.
They have the superstar who, he has this terrible way of talking. and now they're going to make talkies. So they dub her over, but they try to teach her things like, what's that phrase they're using? I can't stand him. They're trying to make her say, I can't stand him. And she'll go, I can't stand him. It's like, there is very much everywhere, I think, a history of don't use your accent.
Yeah.
Where, to be fair, the BBC eventually during the World Wars promoted regional newscasters with regional accents because they believed it would feel more believable because it would be harder for a German or someone to impersonate that if they had a regional accent. So that's a switch that happened in radio.
Ah, I like that. Yeah, we've Rain in
Just so
Spain.
bare.
Yeah. Fall mainly plain. Yeah, like that kind of Eliza Doolittle like elocution of speaking properly. Yeah, and I think with the opportunity of educators, I think it's really quite a privilege to be able to like teach children like, the way you speak is absolutely fine. It's just being like standard English just means an English that'll be understood by the largest number of people. But absolutely, like, talk how you talk. Don't feel like you need to sound like a posho, or you don't need to like imitate Hugh Grant if you're like, I don't know, from a council estate in the Tower Hamlets or whatever. Yeah, I think. Anyway, there we go. Language is great. That's your takeaway from this, everyone. Sweet. Moving it along, as is my responsibility as host. Jazzy, are you ready to share a fight or a flight or a fawn or a freeze?
I'm only missing one of the four.
Yeah.
And that's the fun. So
Perfect.
Yeah. Okay. So this song is. Last week I had a whole bunch of music exams, and as I mentioned earlier as well, I have a little bit of stage fright, definitely when I have to perform IRL. And so I had two topics that I wanted to write this about. So that was one of them. And then the other thing was like how fight, freeze or flight or fun is like a coping mechanism that our instincts teach us to survive in the wilderness when like whole back time in the past. So I just try to combine them. It's not fully finished yet because I wrote it on half a day because of past week, but yeah, let's see how this goes. All right. It's called The Edge. Takes to survive. Fight, freeze, or fly. Go with all your might. A new day arrives once again. The morning doesn't wait. Last night's event still stuck in my brain. Still don't know how to resonate. I think it could. It didn't occur to me at all. Survival instinct would be my downfall. It wasn't even that much of a stretch, but it felt like I was standing on the edge. Standing on the edge. Fight, freeze, or fly. Do you have what it takes to survive? Fight, freeze, or fly. incredible impact. I think I cope with all of them before. None better than the other, of that I'm sure. Life's so much more than living in this fear of knowing that when something happens, those occurrences appear. Fight, freeze, or flight. Do you have what it takes to survive? Fight, freeze, or flight. Go with all your might. Fight, freeze, or flight. Do you have what it takes to survive? Fight, freeze, or flight. You're prepared, but still live your life. Yeah, that was it.
Awesome. And you got freeze in there without any prompting.
I did.
That's wicked.
So that's for that hype train, right?
Yeah, exactly. Come on, hype. Come on, hype. Make it happen.
That was lovely.
Yeah.
I like how you ended on a like a positive, like a strong note. Yeah.
Yeah, and there was a line about the morning doesn't want to start, I think.
Yeah,
was it
the
the mor-
morning doesn't wait. What was it?
That- yeah.
I can go back and look at it. A new day arrived once again. The morning doesn't wait. Yeah.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah. And you're talking about them last night's event is still on your mind, right? That was yeah. I could really empathize with that. Oh, yeah, when some things happened the night before and maybe it was good, maybe it was bad, but yeah, it was, maybe a tense social situation or just a social situation in general. And yeah, you still kind of have I am not in fact an endocrinologist. I don't know exactly which hormones go up or down or sideways under which circumstances, but whatever hormones stress you out are, yeah, still kind of out of whack, for the time after a stressful time. And yeah, but the next day is going to come no matter what. Yeah, why do we still have those instincts?
Also, how long after that are you still thinking of things you should have said?
Exactly. And also how that these coping mechanisms that used to help us survive now actually most of the times hold us back from the things that we actually would like to do. And
because it does mess people up. Like those supposed to be savior systems. Again, the whole working with teens, like the average level of anxiety amongst teenagers today, Jesus, it's like, it is unfortunate.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think again, you're preaching to the choir on that one. Like how much sort of reassurance teachers need to give pupils. You're safe in this classroom. Like I'm looking out for you, and then you can actually get into the subject matter. I mean, with realistically, some students you actually can't even break that. You just need to, bring their anxiety down to a bit where they're actually receptive to learning.
Which is
Yeah,
why we
yeah.
need more teachers per pupil, as it were. Smaller
That would be
groups,
great.
more adults, more,
Yeah, I teach some vocal coaching under the years as well, and I also notice it like every class I teach most of the times, because a whole lot of students for singing you have to have like freedom of like the whole body to say so, to be able to let go as well, and to embarrass yourself as well, because the exercises, there can be some embarrassing ones, and we just like start with most of them with just yelling and like doing very embarrassing exercises, so that fear and those fight, flight, freeze or fawn just go down as well for that same reason, because otherwise everyone is just like keeping it all in, and then the full potential is just not like opening up. They're just keeping it in because they're afraid of embarrassing themselves. But once that is happened, everyone is just like feeling that freedom of, hey, it doesn't really matter, right? So but it's
This is why drama exercises should be mandatory in schools as well.
exactly.
Definitely.
Have them do embarrassing shit to the point where they don't feel embarrassed anymore, basically. I vocal coached a girl a few years back who was going to auditions for the next level of schooling, upper secondary school. And I tried to do the sort of get yourself screaming, because she was so soft all the time and was just timid. And I think we spent 30 minutes for like 3 weeks, 30 minutes a week, just trying to get her to scream. And it was kind of like, you know that scene in the Jungle Book where Mowgli just goes, that was kind of all I got out of her for 3 weeks. And I never managed to loosen that at all with her. That was, it was very difficult.
She never unleashed her inner Shere Khan.
Exactly.
Oh, there we go. Well, now I'm not. Look, it would be a stretch to say that your bit donations, dear chat, would go towards, more teachers in schools. However, as at least 3 of us do some teaching, possibly Bethan and Barry as well. I don't know. Do you do teaching in any area of your life?
I don't know.
Oh, wow.
I teach my chat wisdom.
Oh, okay. Well, there we go. In a way, perfect. So there we go. So 80% of us are teachers in some format, and the bits you give will help us to buy things like donuts that will make our mood better. So when we go into a classroom situation, we will be able to deal with stress better because we are overall feeling good. It's a push, but you know what? Sometimes you need to do that. Chuck the bits, chuck them in my mouth. All right. I'm going to do a song now.
Are you?
I am.
You do those?
Oh, yeah. in between monologues. It is also about a relationship, not specifically about my own relationship, which I would quickly flag up as the healthiest relationship I've ever been in. With my wife, as I say, the ring is missing today, but the marriage is maintained. But it is kind of in the tradition of the Beatles' We Can Work It Out. So it's from the point of view of a character saying there's this idea that in a relationship, you're either fighting and arguing and it's terrible, or you're calling it off and running away. So that was how I worked it into fight or flight, which I didn't have in mind when I suggested the prompt. So I was kind of surprised. I feel like this song is kind of Paul McCartney optimism with John Lennon minor chords. So here we go. And it does not have a title. I will take suggestions. I can see a tempest on the way. You and me and the words we say. Can't put it off another day. Maybe you'll scream and break a plate. Maybe I'll call it off and run away. How can we two exist when all these tensions persist? Maybe I'll scream and break a plate. Maybe we'll both just run away. But I know we're meant for more than that. It's a false dichotomy to think that we must fight or flee. And you know there's another way. We can listen to each other, be gentle with one another. I'm not you and you're not me. We will sometimes disagree, but when we do, we won't break plates. Neither one wants to run away, 'cause our love is meant for more than that. It's a false dichotomy to think that we must fight or flee. And we know there's a better way. We can listen to each other, be gentle with one another. Our love is meant for more than that. It's a false dichotomy to say that we must fight or flee. We know there's a better way. We can listen to each other, be gentle with one another.
Oh, that's so cute, Nate.
Thank you.
Really nice. Also,
Yeah.
nice choice to shift to flee. Lots more rhyming options.
Yeah.
I really like just the word combination, false dichotomy. It's one I use quite a lot when talking about gender and stuff. So that particular line just sort of, oh yes, that's something I like to say. Also, beautiful guitar playing, like
Thank you.
the particular sort of just the way the guitar just rang today was really.
Well, I really appreciate that. Thank you. Also, I just read your comment, Bethan. I more or less am the Beatles.
Yeah.
Your words. Your words.
I kind of like Jekyll's comment in the chat. So wholesome I might burst into flames. And you're like, are you?
What are you trying to say?
Yeah, exactly. It's like,
Yeah, as I say, untitled.
yeah. It's always, titles are difficult.
Yeah,
I find that either like completely obvious, like it's just called this, or I'm like, no idea, you know?
Yeah.
Best thing is naming instrumental tracks though, because you can go just absolute apeshit.
Definitely.
Because like, if it's instrumental, you can just call it whatever the frick you want.
Yeah. Well, because no one can. But that line doesn't even come up in there are no lines.
Exactly.
That's it. And I think, I'm sure we've all been guilty of that at some point, doing that kind of like Fall Out Boy, My Chemical Romance thing of making a whole sentence or like a paragraph be the title of a song.
You break them out like the brackets, the hyphens,
yeah,
colons.
exactly. That's right. Someone made a good point because my most previous single, which I did write for a new tune showcase prompt. So please support Together Wherever Music and let the new tune showcase continue so music can be created. The song is called Vaticinate, and one of the students actually.
Jesus frick, man.
Yeah, it serves me right. One of my students, sir, I like your vaccinated song. Like, no, it's not vaccinated. That is a much more common word with many of the same letters. I see where you'd go from that, yeah. And I have another friend who has a lot of visual challenges, and he was saying, yeah, like once I finally got to the song, it was great. But like accessibility wise, yeah, having like such a weird word makes it really tough to be like, hey Alexa, play Vacation by no, it's Vaticinate.
Yeah,
yeah.
but also, I mean, going back to what Bethan was saying before about don't release a single just titled The Number because, you know, weird. Also, Googleability. Like,
You don't want to be
I
tracked
imag-
down. Name all your songs the most obscure or common words.
No, I'm gonna say the most obscure ones are gonna be found because how many other things can
Well, as
the
long
Google
as they can type them, as long as they can spell them.
Yeah, but how much else can Google throw at you other than what you're looking for? It's like imagine
I
trying
think do
to
strange combos that people might Google. So like lizard drinking hot chocolate. Like someone might see if that exists. Oh, it's your song.
No, but imagine trying to Google up information about the band The.
Yeah. That's so weird you say that. I saw someone wearing a The t-shirt this morning. Swear to God, that actually
That's
happened.
hilarious.
I'm actually Googling
So
this,
make
drinking
sure
hot
your
chocolate.
song title is not on Urban Dictionary, says Stephen Friend. I mean, or Stephen Friend, I'm here's just an idea. Find a word on Urban Dictionary and write the song about the definition from Urban Dictionary.
I have
Yeah.
a song that's just definitions of a word from Wiktionary. It's all the lyrics. It's definitions of this
That's
one word.
awesome. I have some
If you're
pupils.
feeling really lazy.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, but still, I have, as people may have heard me say before, my ninth graders, my sort of graduating students, write songs. The last thing they do, I've literally spent the last sort of week and a half listening to their finished songs. But one of the groups that have made songs based it on a pastry recipe. Sort of how to make this specific sort of pastry dessert, the specific dessert, which was kind of interesting. And then of course they made it weirdly sexual in the end because they're 16. So, but yeah, are we saying anything more or anything? I was almost gonna say anything less, which seems tricky at this
Ooh.
point.
I would like to retract
Exactly.
my claim
How about
to be the Beatles. But who knows? Yeah, I think we are ready for the final new song from Sixios.
So I had two choices when getting the prompt. On, I believe, Sunday, Nate reached out to me. So 6 days ago, Nate reached out to me after having first raided into my stream, which is just a sort of a hot tip if anyone else is doing a show like this. Great way to make someone really, really reluctant to say no to any such offer. Start off by raiding into them. I'm obviously kidding. You've been doing that a lot, Nate, and I'm sorry I can't return the favor because of my one stream a week, and I'm going on hiatus after tomorrow. So, but yeah. So Fight or Flight, one of my first thought was the Dragonbane campaign I'm playing through right now. Dragonbane is a Swedish developed tabletop RPG, and basically this past Wednesday, we've actually survived, but we were so close to everybody dying at the end of the last session, like the session before that. So that was a fight or flight moment for my character, who is also, like, in the game system, you have a weakness, and my weakness is I'm a scaredy cat. So I've fled mid-battle or at the start of battle before. But then there was another sort of side to it where, well, what do I want to fight for? And I believe in social justice. I'm one of those woke, terrible human beings who just think that everybody should be treated nicely, which I know is a terrible sin according to some people. But being white, cis male, 35 years old, I'm pretty much the norm. No one is attacking me for anything. I may be bisexual, but I'm fairly straight presenting. Nobody's attacking me for anything. So, to an extent, I could just ignore it and flee from the fact that there's darkness sort of taking over the world right now and taking over politics right now. Or I can stand and fight for what I know is right. And so I ended up writing a song inspired by the fact that I've been to 3 pride parades in a month, basically. Hopefully I can remember how it goes. But that remains to be seen. With colors sparkling in the sun, we march together side by side, chanting words of freedom and love to those who want us to hide. Whoop. Who are we allowed to love? We'll love whomever we want. Some tell us we don't know ourselves. That time will make us think the same. Some change, others will not. But regardless, our pride will remain. Who are we allowed to love? We'll love whomever we want. 'Cause even in the faded light, we'll stand for everyone's right. Around us darkness takes flight. Together we can win this fight. So wrap your hand around your banner, fall into a line preaching love. We'll take to the streets of every city and call to the skies above. Who are we allowed to be? We'll be whomever we want. 'Cause even in the faded light, we'll stand for what we know is right. Around us darkness takes flight. Together we can win this fight. We gather under green, blue, purple. We gather under red, orange, yellow. We gather under pink, white, black, under the colors of the rainbow. 'Cause even in the faded light, we'll stand for what we know is right. Around us darkness takes flight. Together we can win this fight. Under the rainbow. Under the rainbow.
Jättebra.
Thank you.
That was my last Swedish. I know nothing more beyond that.
I mean, that's plenty. That is plenty more than most.
I thought you were gonna be like, that's plenty more than me from it.
I only know Russian.
I mean, not quite. I did grow up here, so not quite, but
Just a little bit. I got like a couple other bits.
It turns out
It's
Sweden
more.
actually went-
It's more than I know French, I
Yeah.
suppose. So
Yeah,
Hey,
I
Leia.
want to say. Lyrical Leia, welcome. Welcome in. Yeah, I wanted to say I really appreciate that you, are comfortable enough to, come out to us as in your mid-30s. That I really appreciate that.
Thank
glad that
you.
got-
I love that. That was awesome.
And you've given me the confidence to say I also am in my mid-30s. No, all jokes
Yeah.
aside, genuinely, I don't know about anyone else, but that song really resonated because it does seem, for me, as someone who was kind of raised to be an ally for the LGBT plus community, it certainly feels to me like there has been a weird sort of shift in the last couple of years where it seemed like there was a definite progression of like society at large was just getting less homophobic, but it seems like there's been a weird regression. And so I feel songs like that one you just played for us, Ixios, like kind of anthems of determination and fight. I feel like those are more relevant. I don't know. I'd be curious to know if anyone else has felt like a kind of a regression as far as like social justice for queer people.
Well,
Yeah.
social justice in general is being attacked pretty harshly from. We've come to a point in Western society, and I don't know about the rest of the world, to be honest, but where we have, I'm going to be very political and very straightforward and say extreme right forces being backed up by less extreme right forces pushing for the rights of the majority over the rights of the minority. The idea of democracy as a way for only the big group gets it. Because they are, since we're in a democratic society, supposedly the big group gets to decide, and therefore their well-being is what matters, and so everyone else can fuck off. That's kind of what we're seeing with, but you see it with ethnicities. You see it with sexual minorities. You see it with all kinds of things, and gender minorities, and everywhere. There's so much sort of refusal to understand other human beings who are different as human beings. We're losing the idea that we're all basically the same and have more in common than sets us apart.
Yeah, most definitely. And I think songs like that are a really good way of just encouraging people that the rights of minorities are worth protecting, even if they don't represent our own interests, because they're just human rights, aren't they?
Yeah, and I mean it's a thing. Let's just, before we do anything else, say, Bethan, thank you for being here.
Sorry, but I have to run. I was like, I don't want to duck out. Wow, it's just
We know you have to
really
run,
important,
so-
like
That's it,
impassioned speech.
Yeah,
I was
no,
like,
but
I'm out. Like,
it's equally as important to say goodbye to
it was
you
not like
and
a
thank you for
homophobic
being here.
exit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
vote with your feet.
It would have been
Um,
worse if we didn't bring attention to it then.
It's true. Yeah, but
I'm
genuinely,
gonna before you go, I'm gonna pose a question to the chat and a question to the other people on the stream regarding, is it just me or do we think Bethan should be hosting one of these?
Ooh.
Not an offer, because I'm not one to offer, because I can't offer because I'm not in charge, but I think you'd
just
make an excellent host.
speculation.
Just saying, you'd make an excellent host.
I would crack the whip.
Yes, I'm sure. But yes, we know you
Thank
have
you,
to run,
everybody.
so
Yeah, see you
I'm
later.
gonna-
Ben. It genuinely
Yeah,
awesome.
enjoy the rest, and anybody staying on for the US together, wherever. Enjoy that, because there's just more coming
Yes.
down the pipe.
oh yes, we've got several more hours of this coming on from the other side of the Atlantic, so that's amazing.
How can you be so lucky? You know,
It's amazing. It's incredible.
Bethan could host paint
Thank you,
drying.
everybody.
See you later, Bethan.
That's true.
Take care.
Have a good one.
Nice.
But yes, and I think this regression in social justice, I think, comes with the neoliberalist idea of focus on yourself, improve yourself, make everything the best it can for you. Don't care about others. Focus on your success and the individualization of success. The idea that, I mean, look at how a lot of people in all camps talk about such basic things as housing for everyone, taxing the ones who can afford to be taxed and survive enough to make sure that people have food on the table. No, I don't want to pay more taxes because then I can't do whatever I want. And if that means the lower taxes means other people die of starvation because they have a more unfortunate side of a more unfortunate life, then that's their fault. We're putting everything on the individual to always choose, to always do the best thing only for them, ignoring so many things that has to do with social justice and so many things that has to do with, I mean, someone, I think it's an old Tumblr post where someone said that with genetic analysis, eventually you would be able to look at someone's DNA and tell them if they were going to be wealthy, if they were going to go get into a good college, if they were going to get blah, blah, blah. And someone just responded, well, you can already do that just by looking at their postcode. And that's kind of true. Like around Stockholm here in Sweden, now I haven't lived in Stockholm for 20 years, but almost, but around Stockholm, you look at the suburbs and you get, on the one hand, you get places where people are struggling to make ends meet, and everyone is struggling to make ends meet there. And then you get other places where they have 4 sort of summer houses in different other European countries. And they're a couple of miles apart geographically, but they are worlds apart financially, because why should the rich people care? They're going to make it through anyways. And that comes back into environmentalism. It comes back to social justice. It comes back to so many things, because the people who have the money, oh God, this is such a soapbox at this point, but
I'm loving
the people who have enough money to lobby for things, lobbyism is a huge problem for democracy, by the way, I think. The people with enough money to lobby politicians do so in order to enrich themselves even more, which gives them more money to lobby more. And let's face it, does anyone believe that the dollar millionaires in the world, the dollar billionaires, say, in the world, will actually have to suffer the effects of the environmental collapse? Of course not. They'll be ruling the world as a slavers class. I mean, we're heading towards Judge Dredd territory. That's what's going on, and the rich people will be in control. That's how the economic system we've built over the past 50, 60, 70 years works. I've said it before, I need a Marx emote.
Yeah,
Eat
actually,
the
that,
rich. Eat the rich. Says the guy who just got a really substantial raise, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, that's certainly and as far as like taking action goes, I think a lot about I was raised always to be really thankful for what I had, and I certainly wasn't raised with extreme wealth or anything, but yeah, just thinking about like, gosh, when you look at how many people are struggling and the degree to which they're struggling, from a Christian point of view, my dad always really appreciated the maxim, "There, but by the grace of God go I," and that's certainly something that's stuck with me. That who knows what the divine plan is, but I certainly think yes, I've been extremely fortunate, and yeah, whenever I am able to advance social causes. But it's tough, exactly like you say, Sixios, because like it's such a twisted system that kind of makes it tough to do the right thing when the deck is stacked so unevenly. But
that's also where you and I can make such a difference as teachers. We can try and teach empathy. We don't have to teach politics even. We can teach empathy.
Definitely.
We can teach belief in togetherness. We can teach belief in that love is what brings us together and love is what matters between human beings, rather than hatred or anger or differences. We can teach kids and youth that there is more in common. They have more in common with someone who they look at and can't believe they have anything in common with than they, could ever imagine. So important.
Oh yeah, there we wash the feet of others. That happened from a teacher. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and as I say, like, I always think it's kind of a fallacy to think, oh well, you know what, this is a politics-free zone, because even saying it's politics-free, well, that is a policy. So inherently, politics are everywhere.
I tend to say that when people say they're not interested in politics. I'm like, how can you not be interested in politics? Everything, every single thing in your life is politics. That's why we have an organized society, and that's how an organized society works.
Yeah, that's it. My dad, in reference to, well, I won't mention anything too specific, but talking to sort of our family's, the political party we always vote for. He's like, yeah, everyone actually does follow the values of this party. They just don't realize it yet, because it is, based around inclusivity and collaboration and collectivism. It's not the Marxist Party. I'll say that.
No, but that is a thing too, and like such a basic belief that I'm struggling to maintain, which I know is naive, but I'd rather be naive, that people get into politics, especially small-time politics and local politics, because they believe they can make things better. And hating on politicians, I get that corruption is a part of it, and I get that, but also at some point you gotta hope that they want what's best. They just have different ideas of what that's based around. That's the only way we can come together and actually start working for a better world.
Yeah, definitely.
Speaking of which,
yeah.
Europeans, I don't know how many others have the same situation as we have here in Sweden. We're voting tomorrow for the EU Parliament. If you're in Europe and your voting day is tomorrow as well, go vote. If it's not tomorrow, then whenever it is, go vote. I know that the EU vote, sort of the EU elections are super, super limited in how many people actually go. But please go vote, and go vote for the good, the kind, the fair, and for the environment, because we're fucking up this planet right now.
Yeah, it's not great. Not great. Yeah, I think because I was in Germany just a couple weeks ago, and there were EU election signs just everywhere. So I'm pretty sure it's in Germany as well. So to all the Germans, geht mal wählen. Okay, go and stimmen.
Go vote. I tried to go voting today because I mistook the day. I went to the place where I'm going to cast my vote tomorrow this morning. It's like looking at the wall, looking at the sort of slip I got for actually identifying myself. It's like, oh wait, that's tomorrow. Okay.
Yeah, and that's it as well. Like it's kind of in the we're really getting into some conspiracy theory podcast starters. But yeah, it's in the interest of the system to get good people not engaged. But yeah, in the UK there is a general election in July. So similarly, British folk, go and vote. As I say, it's not about arguing for a party. For me right now, it's about just like engagement with the system, getting your voice heard. Right.
I have the rather rude opinion that if you don't go vote, then you've no right to complain of anything until the next general election. You have no right to complain about society if you don't use your vote.
Yeah, I think there's some truth to that, definitely. But I feel like I would be remiss in my hosting duties if I didn't say I think we need to move it on to. I think we need to head
some
to
more music.
Yeah. Do we have the license to keep doing songs?
I'm just waiting for those in the audience you wouldn't know, but we have a little backstage chat in the software we're using to stream this together, and I'm just waiting for either the queen of the show, Irene, or the Sorcerer Supreme of the show, Pinball Sorcerer, to come in and say that the Americans are ready to take over. Until they do, I figure we'll keep going.
Yeah, I like it. And by that, of course, we mean the United States New Tune Showcase, not like an American battalion coming to conquer anything. I just want to make sure there's no international...
That's all you know.
Oh, it turns out I got it very wrong. I'm just realizing how... I think I need to wipe the lens of my camera. I will do that between now and the next stream. Cool.
Yes.
So yeah,
hey,
let's
83.
Nice. So until we are told to cut it off, I say we keep on playing some music.
Yeah.
I feel like our alphabetical theme is good. Barry, have you got another one in you?
Yeah, I could do another one. I just need to plug my guitar in again.
Wonderful.
Fantastic.
And I was saying I do need to get back to Glasgow. The bin strike's over, right?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
It's a lot nicer when you come back.
I would love to visit Glasgow. I've been to Edinburgh, but I would love to visit Glasgow as well.
The necropolis, actually one of the coolest cemeteries I've ever been to, and I really like cemeteries.
That sounds cool.
It is the necropolis, right? Up on the hill.
Yeah, that's what it's called. Yeah.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Very
To
peaceful.
the cathedral.
All right, over to you, Barry.
Cool, thank you. I'm just going to quickly decide what song I'm doing.
Yeah.
What am I doing? Right, I'm going to do a song called "I'm Still Here." It's the one I was going to do when we had that hype train, but it wouldn't have been appropriate. This is quite a slow song. It's about again about my mental health journey. And there's a kind of journey to this song. It starts off very kind of down and oh wow, this is depressing. But you know, there's a journey to it, so bear with me. I've stared down at death, wondered how it would taste. I've sat on the fence, should I go to my grave? I've looked to the sky for the strength to go on. I've searched for a light, but the light didn't come. I've been a dreamer but suffered defeat. Won me some battles and had to retreat. Who will I follow? On whom shall I call? And who walks beside me? Who cushions my fall? I'm still here, I'm still here. I'll keep standing my ground. With my head held up high, I will never back down. I've been down on my luck, I've been out for the count. I've been trampled and broken by failure and doubt. I've made bad decisions and learned from mistakes, but I've learned of forgiveness and mercy and grace. I'm still here, I'm still here. I'll keep standing my ground. With my head held up high, I will never back down. I'm still here, I'm still here. I'll never back down. With my head held up high, I will never back down. With my head held up high, I will never back down. With my head held up high, I will never back down.
That was awesome.
Thank you.
And actually, really does go well with the idea of fight or flight, about head held high, won't back down, like that,
Yeah.
that determination.
Yeah.
That's good. Yeah, because I think that's again such an important message. I know we did get very into politics and social issues, but yeah, I think that wherever a person stands, I think it is important to be determined in your own beliefs and things.
Mhm.
Yeah, belief in your ability to keep going.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks for
Yeah.
sharing that one with us.
Okay.
That one went right through the heart.
Yeah.
good. It was supposed to.
Wow.
I think to be a bit.
Yeah. We've
Yes,
we've got to
exactly.
be honest. All good things, all good things.
Will be
because
replaced eventually.
exactly.
We're being
yes,
usurped, is what's happening.
and you can't spell usurp without us. So
Just so.
yeah. So just so you have chat have some idea what on earth we're going on about, we've just got the official word from the Pinball Genie, the Pinball Sorcerer, that the US New Tune Showcase is ready to go. And as much as it would be great to do a sort of applausometer and let people choose which one they like, obviously we don't want to compete like that, and also it is not technically possible. So it's a moot point.
Exactly.
Exactly. One day. We put a man on the moon. Why can we not? Anyway, so we are going to.
Because we don't have NASA's budget in the 60s.
And also, yeah, that shit was fake. I'm telling you, man. No, I've seen Tom Hanks. He was in space. I believe it. All right, so we are going to wrap it up. I hope Sixios and Jazzy are okay that we didn't go one more round, but we've given good account of ourselves, and genuinely. So Sixios, I know your music the best of the three who are with me right now. And Jazzy, I've seen a little bit, and Barry, didn't really know much about you before, but you have the same surname as one of my favorite Canadian writers, Douglas Copeland, and of course different spelling, but Stuart Copeland of the Police. So yeah, you are worthy of the House of Copeland. I really appreciate you sharing your tunes with us, man. Thank you very much. Yeah, and Jazzy, thank you very, very much for just the brightness, the energy, the sincerity, and those really, really like juicy, deep piano chords that will resonate through my head for the rest of the evening. So yeah, I'm really glad we've been able to build this bond.
Yeah, same. It was incredible to be here today and to meet you all and like get to know you all a little bit better than before as well. Because I had seen your names. I think I've seen you maybe at TwitchCon last year, but like in Paris, but I don't know very well. But it was incredible. Thank you so much to all of you and to Irene and Pinball. You're all incredible. Did you know that?
Can I poke my head in as a former host with something that we've done before? Before we end it. First of all, as a former host and supposedly the EU ambassador to the New Tune Showcase, which is what Irene and Pinball decided to call me when I started hosting the European side of things. Welcome again, all of you. This has been fantastic, and I'm sure that the future European showcases will be fantastic, and I trust you guys will be back at some point, as me and Nate have been a number of times ourselves. But also, who would you like to see on the New Tune Showcase? Let's start with Barry. Is there a music streamer, a European preferably, of course, because of the section, but also generally, a music streamer you would like to see on the New Tune Showcase?
Well, I can't really think of anybody apart from Alan Thompson, who was supposed to be on this one, but there was a bit of a mix-up. His songs.
Who wasn't the very first one?
Sorry?
Oh, really?
Who wasn't the very first European one in December?
Was he?
Yeah.
Cool. Nice one.
Yeah, he is fantastic.
Yeah. I love his style as well, the kind of Ryan Adams vibe he's got going on. It's cool.
Let's make a common effort to nag him back in here.
Yeah.
What about Jazzy? You got anyone you think you would like to see?
I'm thinking really hard, but all the names that come up are from Canada or US, I think.
Well,
So,
name one of those
I will-
then.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Name one of those then.
I'm not great at answering. I'm a little bit. Just a second. I'm just gonna watch to see people get inspiration and see if people.
I think it happens
Well,
to
you
us
do-
all, doesn't it? When you're asked to name something in a category.
Oh,
like,
absolutely.
Animals. Yes, I love all sorts of animals. Like the centipede. I love.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, Streamin' Friend comes in with Tonecaster. Yeah, I do really like Tonecaster. Definitely.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. You said GR.
What
and
about
then
you,
changed
Donate?
to D. I would say, because I don't know if he's in these circles at all, but I really like Cian Fitz from Ireland. He's most of the streams I've seen him do are covers, but his musicianship is, and I know he does have original stuff as well, but I think his USP is just his musicianship is really top notch. He really like pushes it to the limit of what you can do with a looper. Like I've seen him kind
That's
of
amazing.
do an intro loop for like 30 minutes before he starts the song, and you're wrapped the whole time. Like
Yeah.
when's the bass gonna drop? When's it gonna drop? So I think he was actually the first streamer 2 and a bit years ago when I got into Twitch that I saw and thought, okay, that is a Vorbild, as the Germans would say. That's like an example for me. That's what I'm trying to do. So yeah, Cian Fitz would be my. See, make it happen, people. If anyone knows Cian Fitz, get on him.
Get him in
to
there. Yeah.
Join the NTS.
Yeah. I actually stumbled across someone a while back. Okay. Yes.
Yeah, what James is saying as well, Kanosh would be incredible.
All right.
And there's also Kaf from Greece. I don't
Yeah.
know how to say his name, but yeah.
All right.
Cool. Awesome, Jazzy. Yeah, thank you for those recommendations. We're gonna make it happen. Right. So we need to call quits on this. Thank you so much to everyone in chat, to Irene for organizing the whole thing, for pinball, using your genie, sorcerer, wizard magic. Sixios, Barry, Jazzy, and Bethan. Genuinely, this has been awesome. You're great musicians, and I'm excited to the next time we can share a virtual stage.
Sometime soon, hopefully.
All right.
Guys at home, though, let's not forget to tell you guys at home, the US Showcase is about to start.
Yes.
We're going to kill the stream for a moment, and everything will just shut down.
Yeah.
But in like a minute or two, there will be a US Showcase. So don't go anywhere, even though we
Exactly.
disappear.
Yeah, it's like maybe you can run to the toilet, probably enough time for a good thorough hand wash, and then you're right back into it, okay? So don't touch that dial. Right.
Alright.
You've been very generous. Bits, subs, everything. Is it literally just this button here that says leave? And that
I have a button called End Stream. I think I can do it.
that's probably the better one then. That'll do it. Okay.
But let's all wave, and I'll say 5,
I love
4, 3, 2,